At this time, I will call to order the May 18th, 2026 County Council meeting. If you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings that you've given us. We especially thank you for living in a free country where we have the ability to govern ourselves and to gather and to talk and to speak out in favor of the things that we support and to speak out against the things that we don't. Lord, we thank you for that. We ask you to bless our county, to bless our citizens. We thank you for our many employees who do the work of our community. We ask that you put your arm of protection around all of those that serve us in uniform, protect their families, both here and abroad. We ask for your wisdom and guidance here tonight, that the decisions we make and the discussion we have would be glorifying to you, and that would be in the best interest of the people that we serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everyone here tonight. We do have an agenda that does not have any public hearings tonight, so we do not have any oath of office or appearances scheduled. We do have a public forum session, and the public forum session is an opportunity for us to listen to the concerns of our community. We allow 15 individuals, it's first come, first served, to come and sign up on the sheet to speak out on a matter that's important to them. What I would ask you do, if you are here to speak, I will call your name. If you'll come to the podium, if you'll give your name and address before you start speaking, and if you'll keep in mind that you are limited to 2 minutes because we do have an agenda to complete. There will be on the screen, it will let you know when you're getting close to your time to be done. So if you could kindly cut off your comments before I have to, I would very much appreciate that. If we would ask that. A lot of times folks come to council and they're very passionate about things. We appreciate that. What we ask is, in order to keep decorum, is that folks refrain from clapping or hooting and hollering or booing. We want to ensure that this is a safe space for individuals to come and to speak their mind, and to do so without feeling like they can't. If you are here with a group and you think it's important to recognize the group that's here with you instead of hooting and hollering, you can say, hey, I'd like to recognize the folks that are here with me to share the concern that I have. If you would kindly keep your comments respectful and civil, and appreciate all that. So our first individual is Frank Jernak.
My name is Frank Jernak. I live in Fort Mill. Good evening, council members. I'm retired. I live long enough to recognize arrogance when I see it. And your county government has become arrogant. You ask citizens to trust you while you're spending money like it grows on trees. The proposed fiscal year 2027 budget reads like a government that has completely lost touch with the people paying for it. More positions, more spending, more studies, always more studies. You know what retirees call that? Dull tactics with a price tag. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens are struggling to survive rising taxes, insurance hikes, grocery bills, and utility costs, all while this county keeps expanding itself like an empire. CILFAB should have been the wake-up call. Instead, it exposed a government more concerned with defending itself than protecting the public. Citizens urged for transparency. They got legal maneuvering. Citizens raised safety concerns. They got talking points. Citizens asked for accountability. They got stonewalled. Shame on a culture where citizens are treated like enemies, where legal fees pile up, where disagreement is mocked, and where bureaucrats behave like untouchable nobles inside castle walls. all while taxpayers fund the banquet. Some of you may recall from your oath these three words: preserve, protect, and defend. Your county government seems to have forgotten who they serve. I hope I have left you with something to think about, but that was my intention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jared Morocco.
My name is Jared Morocco. I live in Fort Mill. Good evening, council. I'm a York County resident. I pay my taxes. I follow the rules. I believed local government existed to protect citizens first. Instead, I see a government that protects insiders, developers, and its ego, while ordinary citizens get ignored, lied to, and buried in bureaucratic nonsense. And now we're staring at another bloated budget, more positions, more studies, more consultants, more bureaucracy feeding itself. You know what we hear when government says additional external studies? We hear, we already made the decision, now we're spending your money to justify it. Shame on every elected official who chooses to circle the wagons around failed leadership instead of defending the people who elected you. Silfab exposed everything: the zoning confusion, the backroom maneuvering, the endless statements trying to explain away what citizens can plainly see. And the proposed solution is what? More consultants, more studies, more management layers, more lawyers? No, the problem is mismanagement. Healthy organizations do not constantly need damage control. Healthy governments do not fight their own citizens and burden public trust to protect administrators. Stop defending management, start defending your county citizens. Thank you.
Bill Dunlap.
Bill Dunlap, 2633 Saluda Road. Good evening, council. I'd like to talk on the fire budget for the upcoming 27 budget, on some items I support, some items I don't support. I don't support all the citizens in all 16 fire districts across the county having to fund extra firefighters and proposed budget for one single fire department. I'd like to ask the council and management to support a fire tax, the fire tax districts to do their own tax referendum to increase their millage. And that way, they can support their own districts with new employees. Tax districts have been able to meet their own needs since the 80s, late 80s, when the tax districts were created. Let's continue to do that and not use the entire fire tax in the county to do so. Let's have a plan for the future of the fire service that everyone can agree on both sides. I support the upcoming budget to pay for the South Carolina firefighter dues for all 16 departments. I support an increase for the equipment allocations for the departments. For example, a set of turnout gear for one firefighter from head to toe is $6,000. And we're increasing it from $20,000 to $25,000. That'll get us roughly 4 sets of gear with that, and have $1,000 to buy some worn out equipment. I support an increase for equipment I don't support an increase for the county suppression squads to be to 4 squads. Let's get the 3 squads that we got working better, again, with the fire department's input, which hasn't been done since we've had it created for over 7 years. Thank you. I've got something that I gave to all of you to be able to read.
Thank you, sir. Bert Carey.
Hey, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Bert Carey. I live at 124 Charlotte Street here in York. I'll be short and sweet. I'm here to talk about the budget. One look at the budget, and I had to look at my paycheck. I'm going to bring you right down to the ground level, all right? I had to look at my paycheck. I just got a merit increase. I work for a little tiny company. I'm not here to speak on their behalf. I'm speaking on my behalf. A merit increase, the maximum merit increase in the entire company this year was 3%. 3%. I'm looking at these numbers, and it's more than my 3%. Just one budget is gonna eat up everything that I've worked for to make as a merit increase. You're gonna take it away. For what? This is one of the fastest growing places in the country, not in the state, in the country. York and Fort Mill are two of the fastest growing cities of their kind in the entire country. There's more people moving in. That's tax revenue. Use it appropriately. Use it right. Don't put the burden on us, the ones who already live here. You're making sales tax, you're making property tax, you're making all kinds of tax revenue from these new people moving in. Your budget is fine. It takes management. Do your jobs. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Steve Penland.
My name is Steve Pendleton, and I live at 6457 Campbell Road in York County. I would like for you to know that for the first time, myself and several residents on Campbell Road did receive a notification about this present scheduled QTS community meeting held on May the 12th. This past Saturday, the group York County Citizens for Responsible Growth held its first community meeting and was attended by almost 100 residents. There were 11 items presented. One topic was water usage. QTS has stated that the facility will use a closed-loop cooling system that should save millions of gallons of water annually, and water will be supplied by a municipal water system. QTS has also stated that multiple times that no water wells will be drilled to supply water to the project. Groundwater use is a high concern for our residents in the area where almost all utilize wells for their water supply. Data center locations where wells were utilized to service or contribute to the facility, groundwater depletion has caused reduced water pressure, residents' wells to run dry or produce milky, contaminated water, particularly in areas already facing drought. I would recommend that if water wells were drilled to service data centers, that the company be fined and shut down until wells were capped. This data center is similar to the Fayetteville, Georgia location where 70 million gallons of municipal water was used last year on one building. That's close to us. That's what we're looking at most likely from the first building going into operation. The construction company that built the QTS data center is on Campbell Road has purchased 1-year permits to take unlimited water from 9 hydrants on Campbell Road at the cost of $630 per permit. That is $5,670 to draw as much water as they want for a full year. Since this water is unmetered, there is no record of how much water is presently being drawn from the hydrants during this drought.
Thank you, sir. Carl Falk.
I'm Carl Falk. I live at 3755 Turtle Pond Drive, Rock Hill, South Carolina. I was here last week and talked on the budget. I agree with what Chief Dunlap had to say tonight. He went a lot more in depth than what I did. But we're working with a double-edged sword. Council has come and found items in the budget that they want explained. They don't understand, and so from my understanding, you turned the budget down last week, and that's what ought to be done. Somebody's got to be accountable for these budgets. You just can't have a budget and not be accountable for the money and where it comes from. It's a hard job, but I have to commend you for doing what you do and how you work with it. I just want us to be contingent, and I wish all would all work together, but I know that's impossible. But at least y'all can give it a good try. Thank you for what you do. Carl Falk, Chief of the Fire Department.
Thank you, sir. Scott Kokenauer.
Hey everybody, Scott Coker, 122 West Oak Street in beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood, downtown Fort Mill, 34-year resident there now. Went to a town workshop where we were looking at an e-bike ordinance. We got kids on e-bikes that are just going too fast. So we're going to do an e-bike ordinance, and after that we're going to do the big wheels and the electric scooters. So I would like the opportunity for the county to maybe look at doing this too. Maybe we can get together on it. We got, and you know, too much of that going on. And by the way, I'm also Big Daddy e-biker on Instagram, if you want to follow me on Instagram, so you can do that. I'm in favor of the Sam Smith sidewalk. I'm in favor of the bike trail master plan. I am in favor of new business item number 1, which is the mobile command unit. Thank you, staff, for getting that back on the agenda for tonight in new business. I was disappointed that it was deferred last meeting. It was just deferred, put out in space. There was no date on that deferral. So anyway, good job by whoever got that back on here for new business. That's a much, much needed vehicle for everybody. For the budget, we may need another public hearing. I hate to say it that way, but I'm afraid there's going to be stuff coming that we may have to have another public hearing on it. I am in favor of impact fees. We're talking fire departments. We're getting a new fire department in Mason Bend in Fort Mill. The fire department across from Catawba Ridge High School, impact fees paid for that, not taxpayers. That's growth, paying for growth. That's what we need. Thursday, right into the shop, 7:30, Google Fiber, burying fiber in front of the shop. They're in the right of way. They got the right to do it. Didn't notify us. So I got with Mr. Hamilton. They didn't notify Mr. Hamilton either. So SCDOT was supposed to do all that for us. So anyway, we know there's going to be a road improvement coming there. So we've got fiber being buried. Somebody's going to pay to relocate it. I'm going to have a few hours out of my life because they're throwing fescue seed on my Bermuda sod. And so, you know, I'm not going to allow that. So I sodded that myself. I put the irrigation in myself. So anyway, we'll work that out with Google Fiber, though. Hey, appreciate everything y'all do. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Gloria Langley. Gloria Langley, I'm sorry. You don't want to sign? Okay. All right. Michael Thornton.
I don't really have a prepared speech. My name is Michael Thornton, and I live at 1311 Leland Court here in York. I had gone to a meeting last Sunday, and they talked about the QTS data center. And I was really appalled at how this whole thing was kind of pushed through. There was no government in the sunshine. It all just seemed like smoky backroom dealings. And the thing of it is, in God we trust. Every one of y'all going to have to stand before our Creator God and account for what you have done. Because all these people that their properties are being diminished in price, the toxic waste of the diesel fuel that's going to be stored on site, thousands and thousands of gallons, the water that's supposed to be pumped out of the ground, because I heard from one of you council members as we talked about it, and they said that the old system where water's going to be pumped out of the ground for the cooling was still intact, that the recirculating system was not to be used on these first buildings. So guys, this is on y'all. This is between you guys, this community, God Almighty. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Typically, we don't respond to comments from folks, but I think when there's blatant misinformation, we just need to address that. And in this particular case, everything that council has been told is that QTS will have to be and is on water and sewer. There are no ground wells, and the council has also got pending legislation that does not allow any ground wells to be used for any data centers. So I do think it's important that we clarify that. Larry Bird.
Go ahead. Yes, they did.
Good evening, honorable councilors. My name's Larry Bird, 375 Starlight Drive, Fort Mill. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Thank you for your service, all of you. I request that you look at the overall budget and see where you can reduce spending and not increase taxes. Please look at any programs that can be cut or reduced in size so that taxes will not have to be raised. Specifically, this data center coming in, electricity will probably be raised to people. People are having a hard time making a living, buying groceries, paying their taxes, taking care of their kids, taking care of their clothes, but things like that, I'd like you to be sure to look very carefully at that budget. Where can you cut? What do you need? What do you don't need? Now, some things that can be looked at for some cuts. How about some community programs, special initiatives, or pilot programs? How about administrative overhead, duplicate roles across departments, excessive management layers, contracted administrative services that can be consolidated? Another one that may like you to look at is vendor contracts and procurement, IT service contracts, maintenance contracts, waste management. How about capital projects deferral, such as building renovations, equipment upgrades, new facilities? How about another one would be fleet management, reducing take-home vehicles, extending replacement cycles, pooling vehicles across departments. 12 seconds, wow. Another one would be technology and software sprawl and overtime and staffing structure. Another one would be energy and facilities operations, closing unused buildings, reducing operating hours, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, sir.
And we thank you very much, and I just wonder how many people here are against this tax
Thank you.
increase. Stand up, please.
Ron Wathan.
Hi, Ron Wathen, 1692 Wedgefield Drive. A few meetings back, there was a slide displayed here to show how low property taxes have stayed over the last 10 years or so in York County. While everyone appreciates paying low property taxes, I would gladly pay double what I pay now if it meant not living next to a data center, but I wasn't given a choice. I was lucky enough last year to be able to retire. My wife Sharon, who's here with me tonight, and I were looking forward to spending retirement in our peaceful neighborhood of Allison Acres, going for daily walks around the neighborhood. Ended off with a cool drink on the porch, trying to identify what birds we hear singing in our yard. But now there's days we don't even hear the birds at all because of the QTS construction noise. On those days, our conversation usually leads to talks of relocation, trying to determine where we would like to be to get away from this noise. Because according to QTS, this construction is going to last another 7 years. That's just on the first parcel of land. Another 7 to 9 on the next 400 they'll probably develop. Not what we want to spend our retirement listening to, but we weren't given a choice. I don't know where relocation might take us, but we certainly know it'll be out of York County, and that we do have a choice in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean Donahue.
Good evening, Council. Sean Donahue, Allison Acres Subdivision. I want to first thank you all for your service. You're citizens just like us, and I do believe in the American dream, and you guys serving here are part of that, and I thank you all. I also want to thank you all for your time that you took to consider coming to our event on Saturday, where we did discuss more about the QTS data center. Instead of going to the sales pitches, we've done the research, we've compiled a lot of research, and we'd be more than welcome to share it with you. Right now, it's kind of God's providence that the four gentlemen before me spoke about this, but I'm going to let you listen to QTS tonight. Right now, I want to take a moment of silence. 10 seconds. We can watch it on the clock. So, 10 seconds. That's background noise of 44 decibels. for a baseline in this room. What I'm going to play right now is from one of our residents in the area of this, basically, what was it? QTS's buffer area. So let's play it. Council, you might be able to say it was maybe 60. My speaker can't even get loud enough in here. But that rumble is the 24/7 that our residents are listening to for 7 to 10 years. This could have been a mine. I guess it is. There's a QR code with the baseline of this lady's backyard and this video for public record.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Julie Ferraro.
Hi, council members. Just first want to thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and I thank you for giving us time here. My name's Julie Ferraro. I live in Vander Lakes. I would like to address the pending proposed ordinance amendments for data centers. First, I want to start out by saying we realize, unfortunately, that there is a need for these data centers as we all use technology and the demand is growing. We realize that in order to keep up with other countries who are not friendly to the U.S., we must keep up with technology. We are not ignorant to that fact. But what we are opposed to is the location of them, and that is not the only impact that the end result will have on citizens. And that is the whole other discussion. But it's the life-altering, detrimental impact, the years and years of endless noise and stress, damage to property during construction it has on the citizens that no one really is talking about. It's very concerning that these factors were not considered when approving a sale to a data center next to residential properties, schools, farms, and thousands of citizens nearby when there were other options. In the May 6th Planning and Zoning meeting, there were consideration for increased buffer material of 100 feet to bring the building heights back to 60 feet and increase setbacks from residential property lines from the current 70 feet. And most importantly, to place a moratorium on any new construction permits until more research could be done, which was shot down by one of the representatives, which triggered an executive session. When you came out of that executive session, nothing was resolved, and we were told there would be more discussion and another meeting. We do appreciate the consideration now to place stricter restrictions, but hindsight is 20/20. So currently, the site plan for 400 acres with 9 80-foot buildings within 70 feet of a residential property line with upward of 542 gigantic diesel generators that will spew noxious chemicals in the air on a rotating basis throughout the month. If these restrictions are important now, they're enough to be considered necessary, then why weren't they before? My hope is that you will have some compassion when considering these ordinance changes and approve the moratorium on future permits until the changes in the ordinance can be made, and to also include any new permit requests for the existing property to be made to conform to the new ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your
I
time.
read that quickly. Zach Wilson.
Hey there, council. My name is Zach Wilson. I live right down the road. I don't even know the name of it, but it's in District 2. Appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. I came out because of the data center issue. Frankly, at this point, it feels kind of a hopeless endeavor, but I feel nonetheless that it's my civic duty to show up and voice my displeasure with it. From multiple standpoints, you've heard others speak on it, the water consumption, the electricity usage. Things are hard for those of us that are coming up in this world. I've got 2 daughters that I'm trying to raise to be God-fearing children, to enjoy nature around us, and then to have to drive down past that amalgamation of metal and see what we've done to this planet that God has graced us with. It's very disheartening, but I stand here before you today to make it known that there are those of us that don't enjoy it. And I support a moratorium on any new construction. I don't know if there's anything we can do at this point to stop what's already been set in motion, but I urge you to think about it and know that there are those of us that don't support this. I'm not much of a public speaker. I feel like I've been rambling, but I appreciate you guys being here and listening to those of us that are trying to raise children in this world, and that I want them to see the beauty of the world, not just steel and metal and technology. So I appreciate all your time. Hopefully something will come of it.
Thank you, sir. Peter McVean.
Thank you. Peter McVean, 907 Lake Club Drive in Rock Hill. I spoke last Tuesday about the rural fire tax increase of $1 million. I would urge you, again, to consider putting the full $1 million back on that. None of us likes taxes, but we all know that taxes, we have to pay them for our services, and we want services. We need trash, we need planning, we need attorneys, all of this. But even more importantly to me is the fact that we need to avoid huge tax increases. I commented last week that $1.5 million house with a rural fire tax board would cost a cup of Starbucks once a month. The average house cost in York County is somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000. That's $20 a year. I would much rather pay $20 to $60 or $120 a year in increases rather than 3 years down the road get hit with a $500 or $600 tax increase. It's much easier to handle a small increment. I would urge you, you have hired tremendously talented people to work for this county. The county manager, the assistant county managers, the people that work for them are extremely talented. Please listen to them, take their advice, and work with them to come up with an answer. Thank you for your time, because I know each of you puts in a good number of hours a month, probably 60 plus, and you're not getting anywhere as close to the minimum wage. But please, take your time, work with the county staff. They're talented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public forum session. We do appreciate folks for coming out tonight to speak and to address the council. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second to approve consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda is approved. We move now to our first item of old business. I'll give folks, looks like some folks are leaving.
Do it. We should. This is time to do it while they're here. This is so unfair that they spew out. Why don't we even do it? I'll tell her.
So our first item of old business is to have second reading on the budget. I will say that, given the discussion last time, I'll just let council know the way I intend to approach it is if we can get, once I finish reading, if we can get a motion to approve, and then I will allow each council member the floor to make any amendments or ask any questions that they want to do. That way everybody will have the opportunity to share whatever it is that they want to share on council. All right, council to consider second reading of an ordinance to establish the operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, to establish a consolidated fee schedule for all existing county fees relative to the operation of county government, its boards, agencies, and department, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve with the concept of approving first reading.
Motion to approve. I didn't hear the rest of that. Just motion to approve?
Yeah, motion.
Okay, motion to approve, and there's a second. Any discussion?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. We got to get a vote on the, right?
A vote on what?
What am I?
No, we're in discussion.
We still have, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Do I need to call for a vote in order to get to discussion? Point of order? I can't
No.
even remember.
You have a motion and a second. If you want to go ahead and open up discussion on the main motion, you can.
Yeah.
Or you can do amendments and circle back to discussion on the main motion at the end.
I think we still, I think we still have to approve first the motion and the second. We don't. We just go straight to amendments, run down the line.
If we vote on it, it's approved.
Yeah.
Good
Correct.
point.
So you have the motion.
It's been a
and the
late
se-
night. Good point.
You have the motion and the second. So if you want to wait and have any discussion on just the main part of that motion, first you can do your amendments, have discussion on those, and then you can come back to the main motion and vote on
Okay.
it.
So that it's clear to you all and to me too, we have, the way that we're going to address this is we've made a motion to approve first reading, which allows us the opportunity to start taking up discussion in order to take up discussion in a more rational way. And that gives an opportunity for every council member to have their say. What we'll do is we'll allow each council member the floor in order to make any amendments or comments.
All
right.
You ready?
You're going to go first. Thank you, sir.
Of course. Well, I don't think it's going to go quite as smooth as we hope. I mean, there's just a lot of amendments and things to take care of. The very first amendment I would like to make is to revert the budget back to the recommended budget prior to first reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? On the, and this is as to the amendment.
Let me say it right here.
The amendment,
Yeah.
the amendment is to revert the whole budget back to what was done before first reading.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I'll say this, and I'm part of the thought process of going back to the original offering of the budget, and then we tackle it one by one, basically what Tom and others, Watts, myself, Andy, Debbie, Tommy, we can pick these items off one by one. It makes it a cleaner version instead of trying to add things back. If there's a consensus on what needs to come out, that's a cleaner way than trying to go back and put things back in there. It's cleaner if we just start over from the beginning, and if each individual council member wants to take something out, that's a cleaner way to do it. And we're not voting on a package of amendments like we did the first time. That was very confusing. I wanted to vote for some of the items that was in there. I didn't want to vote for some that were in there, so I voted against it because I couldn't stomach what I didn't want to see. There are some things that came out of the budget I want to support individually, but I didn't support the package totally. So I think it's a cleaner version if we just do it that way, revert back to the original, then pull out what we don't want. It's easier to spit out what you don't want than to swallow what you don't want.
Any other discussion on the proposed amendment?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I agree. I think it's going to be, I thought about it long and hard, and I think it's going to be messy trying to add back and making sure that what was added back completely covered what was removed or not removed, and just to make it easy for all the audience and everybody that's watching to understand this, make it easy for staff to keep up with it. I just think we should start at the beginning and do these more as a line item veto type thing than this big mass thing, problem that we have currently, because I have a feeling, I'm hoping that after spending 3 hours in a workshop last week, determining what all of the consequences of all of these cuts were going to be, that maybe some of that stuff needs to be fixed anyway.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
I just concur with what's been said.
Any other discussion? I don't support the amendment. I think that we had 4 council members who voted, and I think we should proceed with what was approved from first reading. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Opposed.
Do we have no's? Yeah. All right, so the amendment fails. As it stands right now, the motion, where we start from, will be from what was approved at first reading.
All right, well, I guess the first amendment that I would like to cover is I would like to remove the special counsel attorney funding from the budget. It's $277,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say, I'm supporting removing it now because so much has come up around it. It's not clear cut as the defined role that an additional attorney to counsel will cover outside of what our interim county manager is already doing. We can further define that role. We all agreed initially, well, not all, but the majority agreed initially. And if we decide to fund that position later, we can always amend the budget and add that position back into the budget. It definitely will reduce some of the millage that we're looking to add. And it's not throwing it all the way back. It's not a catch and release. We can always go back and pick that position up. So I would support it, taking it out with the thought in mind, if we needed it or if we come to a consensus on it after the budget passed, we can always add a position back and amend the budget.
Any other discussion on the proposed amendment?
Yes, I would agree with withdrawing this from the budget as well. Number one, York County has one full-time attorney currently and a secretary. So when you look at the top 9 counties that are classified in Group 1 for the 46 counties of South Carolina, we're grossly understaffed. And the immediate need would be for us to get the county attorney staffed properly. Number two, when you look at assistant county attorneys, we have $277,000. I didn't vote for it. I voted against it. But what was approved was $277,000 up to that, including benefits for an attorney. The average, when you look at the South Carolina Association of Counties, the average pay for all assistant county attorneys in South Carolina, 46 county, or no, in the top 9, sorry, I apologize, is $144,000. So I'm opposed to the 277. I'm opposed to the position in general because what's been proposed is for counsel to have their own attorney representing them. So to me, that illustrates a bit of conflict between us having our attorney, but also having our county attorney's office that reports to us. It's a conflict of interest. So I've been opposed to this from the very beginning, but I'm opposed to the $277,000 as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, so, again, it was a sad moment, and as you all know, Michael had passed away, our attorney, and again, very, very sad moment. The county attorney's office had been looking for 6 new attorneys, okay? And the process that we went through, there was an approval process that it was outside of this budgetary process that we already had approved. We actually had voted on it. And it was approved outside of this budget process. The opportunity to bring in, I think as Watts is saying, there is help, and the help is on the way for the attorney's office. Part of the role of these attorneys also is to bring transparency to county government, okay? And there's been a concern around that, and that is part of the exercise that it will help us in regards to having these attorneys in place. And again, we're still not filling it all the way to 6. It's 5 attorneys, but it is filling the gaps of what you did mention. So again, just want to share that.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Well, also the way that I see it, though, if we do get our own attorney, which Laura and them, they strapped anyway, but if it gives us the ability to have someone that can work on ways for us to combat these impact fees and basically a voice in the state for us, it's already budgeted. I don't see why we'd go back.
Any other discussion? All right. I do not support the amendment. I think the attorney position, clearly it was previously approved before we got into the budget. It does not raise or increase the budget items. The position is clearly needed, 6-1. The council previously supported it. The main focus is to have a legislative liaison. Counties of our size typically have used lobbyists, and we have had in our budget $100,000 for at least 1 or 2 years that we've been unable to secure some help because it's not enough funding and a lobbyist splits their time with 5 other people. So the thought process behind this was to make sure that we had someone who was qualified, who could keep up with state legislation, who could help us make proposed changes to state legislation and advocate for our county on policy issues that the council is living with and trying to change. The position fits well within the legal department and is aligned with the staffing proposal that the county attorney proposed. Laura, there was a question about conflict of interest. Is there a conflict of interest that exists with respect to this position?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Is there a conflict that we've had one council member suggest that there's a conflict of interest with this position?
Not on its face, it is not a conflict of interest to have another attorney. I think my understanding of it is that if I'm looking at this from a numerical perspective, it certainly fits with the number of attorneys that have been requested by the county attorney's office. And to the extent county council would like to engage with me and work on that position description to shore it up and help make certain it fits the legislative liaison role and fits with the county attorney's overall objectives, I'd be happy to do that.
I think that this position will also help us with policy decisions. It allows for more transparency. There are often times where there are issues that are pending before council that are legal, which council has been advised not to say anything about, and that prevents clear communication to the community. I think that would help as well, and this position is to be aligned with the council office. So as to the amendment, which is to eliminate that position, all those in favor of eliminating that position from the budget say aye.
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 Any opposed? No.
Opposed.
Amendment fails.
I
All
don't
right.
see a show of hands.
No.
On the
So Tommy's voting no, okay.
Mr. Litton.
Okay, I wish to remove the $140,000 council discretionary funding.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second? Amendment fails for lack of a second.
I wish to remove the nonprofit agency funding, which is about $550,000.
Is that, I guess I need a point of order. Is that a specific enough motion so that we can identify what that is? Can you point to the budget, Andy?
You want me to?
Can you go down the list?
You
of
want me to
which-
go, okay,
yeah,
I'll go down the list.
with the
The 9
amounts.
agencies.
The 9 with the dollar amounts.
Okay. So I wish to remove the Catawba Mental Health funding of $125,000. The Keystone, $55,750. The Board of Disabilities, $108,050. The Council on Aging, $88,750. The Safe Passage, $100,000. That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Do we have a second? Amendment fails for lack of a second.
Oh, good. Can we get a 30-second break to get the motion of what all was cut? I didn't, do you have that, anybody have that printed out already? All the cuts from last month? I didn't write them down, I didn't expect it to fail. If not, we'll worry about it later.
What was cut out the original motion?
Do you want me to, I have a slide on that.
Laura
Want
has.
me to pull it up?
Okay. I would like to re-add the Director of Budget and CFO back to the positions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to put the director budget director and the CFO back into the budget. We'll proceed with discussion.
You want to, I'll say, I've had some conversations with the county manager about the importance of having these two positions on staff. He's spending, from my understanding, he's spending time trying to handle financial situations when that's the role of a CFO, a budget director. He's indicated to us on multiple occasions that he can't be effective in the county manager's role if he's having to fall back and do other roles that should be designated to a specific position. We said that we wanted, when Kevin Madden left, he was basically hybriding, doing basically two roles. And we said the next position or the next person, we wanted them separate. We all agreed to that. Then now, for some reason, we're doing an about face and trying to take those positions away from staff. You know, that's unheard of, because ultimately, if things don't proceed according to plan, it's on the county manager. But we can't expect him to be effective in his role if we're not giving him the tools and the staffing that he needs to be successful, because it won't be anybody else's job on the line except his. And if we can't stand here and say we don't have the confidence that he's effective if we're not giving him the tools. That's like having a head coach and not giving him the players that he needs. So I support putting the positions, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the positions, one of the individuals already on staff, so it's not adding two positions, it's just reclassing someone that we already have to be in that role. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so the CFO position, y'all added at the same meeting that you added the additional attorney y'all were just talking about. So there was agreement at that time by council to add a CFO position. And we had that conversation over multiple weeks. And it was something that our former CFO recommended, as you shared. The budget director is here. We've had a budget director since before I got here. And I think it's important that y'all know what the role of the budget director is. And I think it's also important that y'all know that York County is a lean county in terms of employees, and our budget director has been doing 2 or 3 jobs the entire time she's been here. And I think her story is very much the story of York County, similar to Kevin Madden doing 3 jobs, similar to Aaron Siegler doing 3 jobs. That is part of the reason we haven't been able to make the strides that we need to, and one of the things I'm trying to resolve. But our budget director previously was the PIO. But while she was PIO, she also ended up managing $118 million of capital projects, implementing projects like Moss Justice Center and Family Court. She ran point on implementing capital projects as PIO. She wore multiple hats back then. She became the special projects director. And when she did that, she started managing grants. She managed ARPA and has from the very beginning. She managed grants before she was budget director. And she was over grants and has done a phenomenal job. If she left, we would have nobody who could sign into ARPA. That's what she does. She reports on ARPA. So not only did she do that before she became budget director, she still does that. So as budget director, she's over grants. And when I got here, of course, I'm a strategic planner at heart. Y'all adopted a strategic plan after a lot of hard work. She's over the strategic plan. Last summer, SCAC, y'all saw a presentation about performance measures. And you asked me, why don't we have those? Part of the answer is we don't have somebody to develop them, run them, work with departments to create them, and hold them accountable. Trish has done just that this year. She has worked with departments, trained them, implemented performance measures. So I think part of potentially why y'all voted that was potentially you don't understand what a budget director does. She does all those things and more. And without her, those are not things that I can do. Those are things that will go by the wayside. We will struggle on grants, we will struggle on strategic planning, and we will struggle on budgeting. All of these things are organization-wide processes that have to be run by somebody, and she has done a phenomenal job in all those. The CFO goes without speaking. We talked a lot about that. That is also the finance director. Finance has not had a director of that department for some time. That person was also the assistant manager and the treasurer. I want to make sure that our finance department has the help they need. And I showed this slide at the workshop. We have the smallest finance department amongst our peers. That's even when you add the CFO.
What's the current state of our treasurer position?
So when y'all did this, I think, again, my recommendation was to create a position that was both the treasurer and the CFO. In consultation with the previous CFO, remember he came up here and stood before y'all and recommended y'all not to do that before he left. In his goodbye speech, which I appreciate, he was honest and open. Y'all listened to him and you said, we want a separate CFO and we want a separate treasurer. But what you didn't do was create a treasurer position. We have an interim treasurer who's doing an amazing job, but she's also, speaking of doing multiple jobs, the deputy treasurer. Okay? But she has stepped up, done amazing, and maybe she's our next treasurer. I don't know, but she's doing two jobs right now. And so we are doing all we can to do all these things that y'all want us to do, but if you take away current positions, I'm not even talking about new positions, I'm talking about current positions, I don't know what you expect from me.
Thank you.
Any other
Yes.
discussion?
Yeah, might as well. I'll share this now. Madam Clerk, can you pull up my slides, please? And can I hold a pointer and I'll run through this as quickly as possible? Or do you have a clicker? You go ahead and go to probably slide 2, but let me see the slides first.
He said we did. He said we did.
Tell you what, while she's pulling that out. There we go. So I think it's important to mention this because it's easy as a citizen, it's easy as a council member to say, we don't need to increase taxes. We need to do all we can to spend the cash we have on hand to do what we need to do. But unfortunately, and I don't know how many of you have experience running $560 million budgets. I don't. My businesses I own cumulatively don't add up to a smidgen of that. But it takes a lot of professionalism and intentionality to run a budget that's $560 million, okay? So when we hired our county manager back in 2024, so he's hired in April, look on the top of this page, September 3rd, 2024, not long after he was hired, we managed to work through a strategic plan. We went through a strategic planning session, not just county council. The entire staff of roughly 1,400 employees of York County went through and contributed to the strategic planning of York County. A lot of those individuals are sitting in the room tonight, and there are a lot that are listening because they let me know that they listen to our meetings and they give me feedback, give us all feedback. So through that strategic planning process, you look in the middle of the page, we set out 6 goals. We voted on this and we approved it, September 3rd, 2024. So we approved something. I hope we didn't do this. We didn't go through all this and have our county staff work for almost the last 2 years working on these to bring them to fruition, to not fund it, because of a lot of what we're dealing with right now, quite frankly, are things we have not funded in the past. The chickens have come home to roost, okay? So it's painful to increase taxes, and I'll show you some amounts in just a minute when we get to that part of the discussion. But the 6 areas in the middle of the page: grow economic opportunities, premier parks, high-performing organization, grow responsibly, quality infrastructure, safe community. And the community of York County participated in this as well, by the way. So they gave us feedback on these. So this is what we adopted. You go to the next page, performance measures. I don't know how many of you work for businesses that are intentional about measuring performance, but York County is a county that is truly measuring performance. And I've heard citizens, and you can say I'm being arrogant, whatever you want to believe it. You don't know me if you say I'm being arrogant. But York County hired a county manager to do just what you see on this screen here. Manage this county with intentionality. I'm proud to say that Josh Edwards is the county manager of York County and the staff that he works with him. And I'll tell you what, there are none of us sitting up here that know what he knows and his staff knows about this budget. Maybe there are a couple of citizens that understand it as well as he does, but I don't think so. It's very complicated. It's not easy sitting up here making these decisions, especially the ones that call you to be pretty bold and courageous in your vote. It's not easy, but you got to do what's right. So what are we looking at? We're identifying underperforming areas early. Studies. The studies that we have in this budget are studies with solutions. How many of you drove to this meeting tonight on 161? Did you enjoy that ride? I didn't enjoy it. I left my house at 4:20. I got here at 5:15 to drive, I don't know, 15 miles. Did anybody come in on Highway 49? Nobody came from 521 in Lancaster, I know that. But do you like driving that piece of road? How about Cherry Road and Rock Hill? Do you enjoy driving in those areas? Well, guess what? Unincorporated York County, if we're not intentional and invest in the planning so we can avoid this, we're going to have the same, we're going to have this unincorporated York County is going to look and feel like the rest of this county. So that means you got to make hard decisions. So you got to identify underperforming areas early, allocate resources more effectively. Speak on that just for a second. Before I joined county council, I paid attention to national politics, even state politics. Thought maybe I'd run for office one day. I don't think that's on the agenda after serving on county council. I don't have any interest in being a part of that political scene. But allocate resources more effectively. You know, with the federal government, if you're going to add something, you do take something away. On the state level, same thing. A lot of pork, I'd say, as a citizen, not really serving those two capacities. I'm going to use a little opinion here and say that I think there's a fair amount of pork from what I read. That we don't really have that kind of pork here. You can say you can do without a position. You can say you can cut this. And some of the things that were mentioned earlier, we do those things here in this county. We run pretty efficiently. You may not believe it, but we do. So allocate resources more effectively, that's what we're talking about tonight. We have problems. We've had problems in this county we have not funded. And we're going to have to, you're either going to fund them this year or part of them this year. You're going to fund them next year or the following year. Some council's going to sit up here scratching their head and winding their watch thinking, how in the heck are we going to pay for this in the future? These are hard decisions. They're not ones you can outrun either, by the way. Improve cross-team alignment. They're working on performance measures. I won't even get into that, but there's a ton of leadership going on to collaborate and get the capacity out of our leadership here in York County. I see it, I read it, and I believe it. It is happening. Support leadership communication. Not only are we supporting leadership communication within York County, this county is now communicating with every other strategic partner in this county, the school districts, the municipalities, and divisions of these. We're doing that. Strengthening long-term planning, critically important. Our organizational chart. You may not know this, but I may be wrong on this, but I think there are 33 departments in the county. 33 departments and reportedly around 1,340 employees. So we had a $560 million budget, and we don't have a CFO. Our county manager is acting as our CFO. Our county manager should be spending days in Columbia working on our behalf to get money for York County, which he's doing. He's doing that, and so is his staff. These three gentlemen sitting over there, they're doing that too. They're communicating with Columbia to get us funds to fund our budget so we don't have to tax the taxpayers. He's doing that while he's doing everything else I've mentioned thus far, and he's our acting CFO. Does not make a bit of sense to me. The executive message, this is somewhat of what I've already talked about. I'm going to wait and go over this later if there's even time to go over this, and I'm going to go over that last page in a little bit when we get to that part. You can pull that down. Thank you. I've said enough, I believe. So I support the CFO in the budget position as well. And we'll finish with this. The budget position, I'm not sure council understood what Josh shared, and I appreciate you sharing what the budget director does and what the budget director, not by person, the position does and what it's been doing. There is tremendous value in this position and the role this individual is playing. How in the world can you take that out of the budget? Who's going to assume that responsibility? It's easy as a citizen to say, oh, we'll just delegate that to somebody else. Not so easy. Not everybody is made to juggle 2 or 3 jobs. Some people can. Some people can master theirs. There are these people out there. I have a few that work with me. There are a few people that can take on their job, and then when someone leaves, they kind of absorb 60, 80% of what the other person was doing. But that's few and far between. And I'm not saying that's what we're in a position to do here in York County. I don't think we are. I think we are, as our previous CFO said proudly, we're a lean county, and we have been a lean county. But we have a responsibility to plan for the visionary future of this county, because if we don't, then you're probably not going to like what unincorporated York County looks like one day. If I don't even know if I'll still be alive to see it, but thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, so, again, you know, when people look at different versions of government, you know, I'm a limited government guy. I think that limited government works. I think that it puts, you know, the burden, or not the burden, but the how do I say it? When sometimes you put things in government hands, it doesn't seem to turn out quite the way you wanted it to come out. And my concern is that when I looked at this budget to start off with, I looked at a budget that had a $45 million increase from last year. All right, we're looking at $515 million, and this year you're looking at roughly $559 million to start off with before first reading. You know, when you talk about the size of York County, all right, and you talk about the growth, which was brought up earlier, you have to look at also, too, about how much revenue comes in when new businesses come in and as growth continues. In our county alone, and I know you sent some numbers here, and this was as of April of this year, we were about a 5.13% revenue growth over last year, all right? So if you add in, all right, May and June into that, which are heavy tax collection times, plus car taxes, additional, plus you have the delinquent taxes that come in like roughly 4 months after that, you're probably looking at close to an 8% revenue increase in taxes coming in. Can I finish?
I just want to make sure we share.
Okay, well, the numbers you gave me went up to April, so. So when you start looking at that amount of revenue coming in, all right, and you look at your wallet and you say, okay, I've got a certain amount of money this year and I'm getting a 5% increase or an 8% increase, all right, then you need to stay in your budget, all right? And we're not staying in our budget, all right? And that's critical. I think it's when you look at an area such as ours, all right, you've got challenges out there. People are having challenges, you know, buying groceries sometimes, paying their existing taxes. They got kids in school trying to buy clothes or whatever it may be for them. Again, we need to be efficient. We need to be lean as a government, all right? And we need to make sure we're maintaining the dollars that we bring into the government here. And again, with the amount of money we currently have coming into here, there's no reason why we can't stay in budget with zero tax increase to the public.
I know I've talked a lot about what's behind these increases, and I feel like my team and I answered a lot of what's behind this in all of our different meetings. But I really want to remind y'all, we have a huge pennies year next year. So $145 million of this budget is pennies projects, which everybody wants done. We have a big increase in the utility fund. So when you say $40 million increase, that's an increase in the utility fund, that's an increase in pennies. We are doing exponentially more capital projects in this budget because we heard from y'all that you want us to get moving on these big projects. All those things result in that increase, but one of the biggest drivers is the raise that y'all wanted to give the sheriff's office. And for that to be forgotten and for that not to be recognized, it is a disservice to everybody here. So I think we prioritize public safety in this budget because y'all wanted us to. We prioritize capital projects because you wanted us to. We prioritize all these things because y'all gave us that direction, and then all of a sudden the budget's too big. But I'm telling you, you've got to give the direction on the policy and the direction, and we've got to tell you how to do that. And sometimes it comes with an increased cost. And that's what's happened here. If you want the cost to come down, we'd love to have a conversation about how to do that in a way that still accomplishes the majority of the things that y'all want accomplished.
Can I remind everyone?
We've already, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
We're
what
going
we're
to, we're going to
talking
keep
about.
this, I expect that we're going to have a number of, we're going to be here a long time. So I'm just asking us to respect the process, and let's restrict our time to, everyone will have the floor, and let's not interrupt each other. And so I can't remember, Bump, did you already speak on this one?
Yeah, but I want to remind everybody, we're talking about, we're breaking this down.
Mr.
We're talking
Roddy,
about the CFO positions, but everybody wants to dilute it and talk about everything else. We're talking
Mr.
about
Roddy,
these
if
two
I allow you to
positions.
speak, then I've got to
Yeah,
do it again
but
throughout the end.
Speak
We
on,
need to-
speak on the amendment that's on the table.
Yeah, the amendment that's on the table, good point,
For the
is
positions.
whether or not to put back into the budget what was eliminated at first reading, budget director and CFO position. Who has not, if there's anyone who hasn't spoken, who wishes to speak?
I'd like to say that it grieves me that we did lose our three most talented and knowledgeable leaders in finance, budget, and auditor departments. This is very concerning, and it's, I still don't understand how that happened, but I feel like when we're talking about the fact that people shouldn't be doing more than one job or two jobs, there are quite a few people working in this government that are very much in charge of more than one department, and that would be these three over here. When you did your chart, your flow chart, you saw the multiple departments that they're in charge of. So it could be that we go back and combine CFO and treasurer, and that would, so that's just something to think about, because after all, this is second reading, so we can
All right,
take a
any
look at
other
that.
discussion, I'm sorry, any other discussion on the amendment? At this stage of the game, I think I am concerned and don't want to support growing government in this area at this stage. I do think that first, and let me say this, I am very concerned that some of the discussion tonight has resorted to personal issues. The issue before council is whether or not the positions themselves should be there, whether or not there's duplication, whether or not there's some other way to approach this. And I do share the fact that we have great employees in finance, and we have employees who are talented and who have served in various different positions, and they are very well capable of serving in other positions. The question for me personally is, are we growing this? That budget director was something that wasn't put in until 2 years ago, and now we have this, and we do have some additional considerations. So I do think that I am continuing to keep, I think it would be important to look at all options as we explore how to support that department, but I do not support putting it back in the budget here at second reading. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Opposed.
No. The amendment fails.
It's a crappy way to find out you're fired. All right, next thing.
That's uncalled for, and I'm gonna call you out of order on that. That is not at all
All right, your next
the
one.
issue.
Next one, I would make an amendment to add the thoroughfare plan for $150,000 as directed or as requested by the Planning and Development Planning Department.
Was that taken out?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what's the motion?
Motion to add the thoroughfare plan for $150,000 as requested by the Planning and Development Planning Department.
I'll second for discussion, but I'd like to have staff remind me.
Can you show me the line item?
Yeah, I would like for staff to mention what does this cover? I'm seconding for the sake of discussion so that I can get an explanation of
Yes, sir.
exactly what was pulled.
It looks like you're reading something. Do you want,
So Assistant County Manager Tom Couch can speak to that plan.
all right, first of all, point of order. Was there, I can't remember from first reading, I know that there was a request to remove studies from,
1.2 million.
That was a facility study.
that's not what this is.
That's not what that is.
Right.
No.
You're,
Right.
I get,
It's a whole new thing.
let me get clarification from you. Are you saying,
That was removed?
what's your motion?
To add that to the budget.
Okay, it's
Was it
currently
taken
in the
out?
budget.
No, it's
I
not
think Tom
currently.
can answer y'all's questions.
Yes, if you give me an opportunity to explain briefly. As you know, there's a series of plans and studies in the budget, and the thoroughfare plan was part of Planning and Development's initial request, and after we did our analysis during the process, I made a judgment call to withdraw the thoroughfare plan from further consideration, trying to use judgment in determining, like the county manager said, which plans and studies you wanted to proceed with as we went through our previous retreats and workshops. But it seems as if Mr. Litton, having awareness that the thorough plan fair was requested, is offering an amendment to bring it back into the budget.
So just so I'm clear, and the motion is clear, the council did nothing to remove that from the budget. You're saying it was never in the budget in the first place?
It wasn't.
Correct. When we were doing the staff reviews,
Okay.
I recommended that we remove that particular plan or study.
So the
out of
motion,
array.
thank you, sir. So the motion on the table is to add something into the budget that was not in the budget at all at first reading.
Correct.
And the item specifically is a $150,000 thoroughfare plan that was to be funded by general fund. Is that correct? Do we need a line item? You want to read out the line item, just so we're clear?
It was under 1100, 41912, 320. It was also in my email of budget questions that were responded to by Mr. Edwards
I'm sorry,
yesterday
can
or
you show
today.
me- Can you read that number out again? I'm sorry.
Can Mr. Couch explain the thoroughfare plan to us?
Well, he said he didn't even push it forward
What
on
is
the
it?
budget.
Well, because there was $1.2 million of other
No,
studies
no,
pushed
it
in front
was-
of it.
It was.
In front of it.
We're talking about facilities.
I can explain it.
This
I
is
know.
something totally
I
separate.
understand.
Take that away.
A thoroughfare plan is sort of a sub-plan to a larger transportation plan, but what it does is it evaluates and identifies current conditions, traffic volumes, and other factors to help you identify where your major thoroughfares are likely to be in the future. It looks at existing, but it looks at all of these future traffic traffic patterns, and it does some more intensive analysis to give you a snapshot of what or what we would believe that future road improvements, maybe in future pennies projects, should consider. I feel quite sure that RFATS has a similar analysis and all the different kinds of plans and studies that they do required for federal dollars. And I didn't ask to have it withdrawn because it was a bad idea. You know, it's a good idea, but in consideration again of the council priorities and also the manager's priorities, we were at a point where we had to pull some things back out of the budget. That is again where I made the judgment call to preserve the other plans and studies that were in the budget to pull that out.
Tom, quick.
Well, let me explain where I'm going with it. So we've talked about roads and how we've needed road improvements forever and a day. We've talked about how we don't have, we haven't planned long-term countywide for roads. We talked about it in budget workshops and other workshops. And so, you know, just kicking this can down the road, kicking the can down the road again to add this into the comprehensive plan and try to fund where we're going to do our road improvements. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but roads are the #1 item that I hear about constantly. So I don't know why we wouldn't try to come up with a long-range plan to get these, to see where we're going in the future, because every year that we waste is another year to 5 that we're going to be behind.
So, but correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but I thought RFATS funded that study.
Well, RFATS conducts those kinds of studies within the RFATS boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't extend outside of them, and I think we all know and understand that your county's growing, and there are traffic pressures that are being created outside of the RFATS district. So again, it's not that it's a bad idea, but looking at the priorities that the council and the county manager have put forth, I felt at the time that one was worth sacrificing, and maybe we could bring it back next year.
Okay, I'll say this. I had on my list of things, that line item in particular, my philosophy has always been that you do not put studies in as a general fund recurring expense, that you do that as a one-time expense, because that unintentionally bloats government. I certainly support thoroughfare plans. I noticed that the line item that we're talking about here also contains a $300,000 consultant in order to do the comprehensive plan, and it also includes, I think we need to remove the RFAT. So I would just say, I can't support the motion that you've put up, but what I would support is a revised amendment that says that we would remove that whole line item from the budget and allow it to be brought back as one-time expenses in the general, as a general fund expense, and it be there that way. I think that's a better approach to the budget.
Well, I'll say this, considering that it wasn't in the original budget that came forth, and after hearing the analysis by Mr. Couch that he didn't feel comfortable moving it forward in the list of priorities, I think my main objective tonight is to put things back that were removed. I'm not looking to add things that weren't in the budget that was presented to us. So with that being said, I will withdraw my second, because we should be trying to work not to add more things to the budget, but I thought tonight was going to be a good night to put things back in the budget that had gotten taken out. So with that explanation from Mr. Couch, I will withdraw my second. And if staff wants to look at an alternative financing method outside of being in the millage, coming from the general fund, then they can work that up and bring it to us at third reading. And if that's how it shakes out, at least it won't be incorporated into the millage increase. And you just mentioned about a consultant being attached to that part of it too. So that takes it from, what you say, 150 or 180, with a $300,000 consultant, that's almost $500,000. So that.
The 300 was already there.
300 there for.
It's already in there for the comprehensive plan.
So we're looking to add a 150 or 180?
150.
Okay, well, I'm still
So-
going to withdraw. I'm going to withdraw my second on that
Okay,
item.
so the second has been withdrawn. Is there anyone who wishes to second the motion to continue and get this to a vote?
I'll
Having-
second it so we can move to a vote.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
do you want me to bump it back, to revise it to fund balance?
I think the
Would that be-
most, I'll say this, and I'm one person, I think I think Mr. Roddy's comments make a lot of sense to me too. I think that my preference, I can only speak for myself, I would support, I think we need to remove these one-time expenses from the general fund budget and bring up issues of how council can approve these fees as one-time expenses from the reserve account, so that we're not putting the budget in that. So I can't, the motion currently as stands, I can't support it. I'm not sure how to fix that
Well,
without a new motion.
since
I'll make a new motion.
Okay. I was going to
You'll-
make.
So the motion is withdrawn, the amended motion
All
is
right,
withdrawn.
so the motion would be, I make an amendment.
You want me to make a motion?
To include it.
Well, you're going to do the 300 and the 150? That's, I was going
Well,
to
I
lump
thi-
them together.
I think there's actually more, there's 300, 150.
And just so y'all know, one of the things we
Line item is
did,
465.
one of the things we did after Councilmember Audette at the end of the workshop asked us to try as staff to identify a solution in a different way than y'all did in the first motion, is we worked through the entire budget and we came up with a way to do what y'all asked us to do with specifically some of those pieces that y'all are talking about. And so we do have a solution that will address some of y'all's concerns and try to fix this and bring some of these positions back. And so we as staff would love to talk about that too after y'all get through your deliberation. But part of that is to say, maybe we move some of these plans to fund balance since y'all took the facility space study out of it, right? So one of the things as managers, you don't want to depend too much on fund balance, because if you do,
You're drawing it down.
you get in the point where we are with some of these other funds. But if you're not going to pay for the facility space study, that 1.2 million anymore out of fund balance, then maybe we think about some of these other plans. But my request to y'all would be, if we do that, please let us add back some of these positions that you've taken away, because we desperately need them. And help us talk about how we bring back some of the funding for the Rural Fire Fund, which we have a solution for y'all if y'all want to talk about it later.
Currently, there is no motion on the table. Do you want to continue, or do you want? I would support a motion, but I would want to remove the 465, or the I think there is the RFAS needs to be removed. So the 425 from the budget as a general fund expense, and that the studies for the thoroughfare and the comprehensive plan study be identified as projects under the reserve fund one-time funding.
Second.
Did you make it as a motion?
Well, I was helping him make a motion, but I'll.
You said
Okay.
it sounded good, so.
There's a motion and a second. Let's have some discussion.
Okay. So I'm totally against that, because I can't fathom how we cannot fund staff positions and then turn around and fund the study. Positions over studies, better staff. I just can't wrap my head around how can anyone sit up here and vote to say, no, we're not gonna put these two people on staff that county managers asked for. But, oh, let's just spend some money over here because it comes out of general fund on the study. That's not good government. That's not good practices when your county manager is screaming, I need these positions to be successful in my role. And we say no, but let's pull up a study that wasn't even put forth in the budget. Let's drag that in there and see how we can pay for that. It's just not jiving with me. And I know I'm sounding conservative right now, but I don't want to spend your tax dollars on a study versus over a position. And sometimes I feel like, and I've said this before, I know I'm way more conservative than the other 6 that I sit up here with. I try to convince them not to spend as much money. I don't win a lot. They spend it anyway.
Oh my gosh.
But who's the conservative sitting up here? I wear that badge with honor, because this is wasteful spending over the alternative of supporting a position. So I'm not supporting it.
Any other discussion? I would ask, I think there's a lot to be said. The 300,000 comprehensive planning study is something that we have to do. We have to do the comprehensive plan. That's in the budget. That has to be done. The better approach for that is not to be a general fund expense. So removing it from the general fund expenditure and removing the full 425, it is, to me, that is fiscal conservative approach. I think one thing that might help is if we require that all studies come first before council as a one-time expenditure in the general fund before they're approved, and that way we're voting on them one by one instead of them being done. So I would ask
These
for
were all
support.
studies we've talked about at multiple meetings and had multiple conversations about, so staff.
Right, but I
is
think
not-
the question is, where should it be funded from? Currently, the comprehensive plan study is funded from general fund.
And if, like I said, if I would have been asked, once y'all took out the facility space study, then I would have made that very recommendation. I have it on this piece of paper right here, if you let me talk about
You
my
wanna withdraw it?
recommendation.
Currently, I would ask for a second to the amendments that I made. And if not, we can just circle back through and I'll make it, when it gets to me, a little bit
What's
clearer.
your amendment?
That number one, that it's removed from the budget, the full amounts are removed from the general fund budget, and that these requests come forward to council, each study individually for approval through the general fund budget. Through the reserve fund in lieu of that. So basically, it'll come back to us to approve it individually instead of lump sum.
Instead of sticking it in here now, currently, in the
Correct.
capital.
I guess is my question. This is kind of confusing. So you want them to come back at what point? And are you talking about fund balance now or the reserve?
Before approval, they'll come back to council. We've done this before historically where we've said, look, let's put the studies should not be recurring expense items in the budget. That's my philosophy. So the way that we've handled it historically is how do we put that in the general fund as an expenditure and ensure that council has had the opportunity to approve it, so.
If it's gonna come up individually and be funded through the general fund, we don't even have to do anything with it now, because it's gonna come up individually October or January. It's gonna be out of the general fund anyway. So it has no budget implication right now, because the money is gonna be coming out of the general fund that's already on hand. So it's kind of.
This is to move it to the reserve. I'll withdraw the motion and let's move on and we can figure out a different way to handle that.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's getting too complicated.
Yeah.
But I'll come back because I have a different motion on that.
All right. I want to amend the budget to put the water rate increase back to 6% and the sewer rate increase back to 10%, as requested in the original budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the amendment to put the water rate to 6% and the sewer rate to 10. That's the motion. Second. All right. Discussion.
All right. So, we had a long presentation on this at the last workshop last week, and it shows that we're losing money and actually providing a whole lot less service without these increases. I know that we have a rate study coming, but anybody that watched the presentation last week saw that in 2017, after the study was done in 2018, we did a 25% increase in water and a 30% or 29% increase in the sewer. And then the very next year did, I think, a double-digit increase for both of those. By going ahead and getting this increase in currently, it helps us to not have such a big hit when the rate study comes in next year. Also, the sewer already has a 8% pass-through from the city of Rock Hill, so we're really, it's a 2% increase for the purposes of York County on that. Anybody in the Lake Wiley area, District 2, Old Blue Granite area, this increase in funding is severely needed to get those repairs completed up there.
I'll add to, I support going back to the 6 and the 10% increase, because a part of that, I think, is with the water. Rock Hill's increasing. So we at least have to cover the sewer. We at least have to cover the pass-through rate that was being passed on to us. And if I'm correct, we have about $13 million from last year, or 13 more going forward, in projects that we're going to have to complete with our infrastructure, our agent infrastructure. When we took over Blue Granite, that sucked a lot of money out, and it still continues to suck a lot of money out to help repair those, get those infrastructure needs up to par. And we're not grabbing a whole extra additional cost with these percentage increases. We're spending a lot on the system, but if we're only increasing by what our costs are, we're not setting anything to the side to repair anything in Regent Park, anything with Blue Granite, anything in Lake Wiley, TKK, wherever. We wouldn't run a business to the point that we're not collecting enough to make repairs, decent repairs. These repairs are not cheap. We're spending this year and the upcoming year, what, $13 million on the system?
I believe it's more than that, but I'll let assistant.
Yeah, that would be the capital.
The capital.
Yeah, capital project.
And so these are funds that's needed to go make these repairs. And we're not wanting to cover the pass-through plus a little extra percentage, because we do have administrative costs that's associated with it. And one thing that Councilman Litton left off that needs to be added was the $2.43 monthly increase. If
The
we
base, just so we're clear and we keep the motion clear, the base was not removed. The baseline was
Okay,
not
so we
removed.
left that in there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, so I'm in full support of the 6 and 10 because we need that. We gotta have those minimal increases plus a little extra. I know some people are concerned that we haven't done the rate study, but I can tell you, projects to repair and improve the system, the costs are only gonna they're only gonna increase. Rate study is coming, but I don't need a rate study to say you need to be collecting a little extra now. Because the rate study, we haven't done a rate study since 2016, 2017. And like Councilman Litton mentioned, we had to come back with a 25% increase. And we heard gentleman say earlier, I'd much rather see any kind of increase come gradually than after a rate study, 10 years later, hey, we gotta go up 25% because we didn't incrementally go up to put some to the side. It's like going on vacation. You pay your bills, you put a little bit in the vacation fund, you put a little bit in the savings fund. When it's time to go on vacation, you got money to go on vacation. You don't have to go back and cut your bill money to go on vacation. You'll have some in the vacation pot. You'll have some in the savings and retirement pot. So it's not good government, it's not sound financial responsibility if we don't put these back to the levels that were recommended. I know for 1,000 reasons why some will and some won't, but it's basic economics. You have to fund your costs, and in this business with water and sewer, those infrastructure needs, costs are dramatic. If we're not putting some to the side, how do you make those repairs? So I'm in full support of the amendment.
I won't repeat what's already been said, but can you pull up the slide, the last page again, please? Last page. Right here, that's good. You can just number 3, just show number 3 if you don't mind. Scroll it up so you don't see 1 and 2. There we go, number 3. So what we're talking about is, in unincorporated York County, we have 22,000 customers that utilize water and sewer from York County. That's what we're talking about. Thank you for blowing that up. We're talking about a 6% increase in the water rate and a 10% increase in the sewer rate. It was just mentioned we're increasing our base rates on water and sewer. You see that, $2.47 and $1.47. But look at the bottom. So this is a good guesstimate on what it's going to cost the 22,000 people that use the water and sewer system that has a ton of infrastructure needs. I think today we had reported leaks, did we not?
Last couple of weeks, we've been very busy.
Yeah. It's probably easier to note the days we haven't had a leak than to mention the days we have had leaks, right? Yeah. Big problem. Can't kick this can on down the road because it's only going to get worse. And guess what? When you kick the can down the road and you don't deal with what you have to deal with today, you don't get to what you need to deal with tomorrow. You're putting those off, right? The future projects you can't get to because you're dealing with the projects of today. And we're already behind the 8 ball on this. So unfortunately, those 22,000 customers will be looking at these increases, $6.44 for 2,000 gallons or less, up to 6,500 gallons, you got $12.07, and then $16.44 if they're a high user, up around 10,000 gallons. So this is what we're talking about money-wise. And, you know, this is and can be significant to individuals, but what we're talking about here is if we're not going to fund our water and sewer properly, we're losing money, we're subsidizing these 22,000 customers, and we have other needs in infrastructure that we have to address. I mean, it's just the ugly truth. Thank you.
Well, I don't agree with anything you said, but why didn't the rate study already get done?
That's not the question.
Why did the rate study not already get done?
I don't
There's
think-
actually a
hang
rate
on a
study.
minute.
My understanding is to answer your question.
So that I
since
can
you're
keep
looking at-
process, hang on a
I'm
minute,
happy to
so that
answer
I
the
can keep
question.
process, the question should have been, direct. We're not going to have the back and forth. We got to keep the process. If you'd like to answer the question.
I'd love to. So we talked about this at the workshop. We've got 5 studies going on right now. And so anytime you're wanting to do a rate study, you actually have to plan and understand what's in the ground and what needs to be done on the capital side. So what hasn't happened here, and this is one reason our budget's going up, we're actually beginning to do a lot of these capital projects you'll have talked about for some time. We've got a real CIP on both the general capital for 6 years, and what we're trying to do with Eric's help is develop a real utilities CIP, which we haven't had. And so to do that, you've got to study your system and work with engineers that can say, here's why you have capacity issues in your network. Here are the worst capacity areas, and I think you all know where those are. We've had all sorts of water pressure issues over the last few days. We have tower issues. All these things are infrastructure related. You need to have engineers study it and say, here's how expensive it would cost to replace that. Here's what we would do differently. Here's how we would design your system. If you've got big commercial folks coming in, you have other areas that don't have water pressure. And so all that work has to be done before you plug that into a rate study, because the rate study is telling you how you pay for all those projects. We're in the situation next year, if y'all don't raise rates back up to our recommendation, that we have annual operating costs, operating, not capital, that would have to be paid out of a fund balance. And this is the fund balance that is decreasing rapidly. And that's where, as a manager, I've got to raise my flag and say, you can't use fund balance to pay for operating costs, but we're about ready to do that if y'all don't raise rates back up. Because we have so much preventative maintenance that needs to be done in our system in order to catch up. It's been underfunded. We don't have a great system because of some of those that were brought on, and we're trying to catch up and do the right thing, and we need y'all's help to make sure we have the funding to do that. But once those studies are done, sir, then we'll be able to pull that in.
Mr. Atkins, you still have the floor on the motion to amend. Again, the motion is to increase the water rate to 6% and the sewer rate to 10%. I'm sorry, you still have the floor. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, but I thought we had approved this last year.
The pass-through.
Yeah.
So we have we had a chart we showed you at the workshop, and it showed historically when
you're talking about
approved the pass-through, but we're talking
about the study.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the pass-through.
Well, I can understand the 8% pass-through, all that, but I still don't understand why we couldn't get that water and the sewer rate studies so that we'd know exactly how much we need to increase.
It's going to be more than what we're asking for. It will. And so remember that we showed this chart at the workshop the last time y'all did a rate study, and I don't know if Karen's got my slide deck handy, but there was a huge increase that next year, the last time you did a rate study. I think it was close to 30%, Eric, is that correct?
Yeah, 29.
Yeah. So in talking with our consultants that are doing these studies, they're going to have a huge amount of projects they recommend. We're not going to be able to afford all of them. The only way we're going to begin to dip into this is to take out debt to some degree based on our current fund balance. And so when we do a rate study, they will develop models on how we actually do all these projects to fix our system, and that's how we'll fund it. But in order to do the things we're doing currently, so really this is about our current projects and our current operating, we need this increase. This doesn't even begin to pay for all these new projects that are going to get identified. And that's our fundamental problem. We're just trying to do the projects we already started, and to do those, we need this increase.
Okay, I just want to make a comment about infrastructure issues, particularly, I'm not sure about the other side of the county, but our side. We had a problem today. It was DOT hit a pipe, and pretty much a large majority, including myself, was out of water. So I spoke with Eric. I want us to take a strong look at making sure that these people who do this damage pay for repairing the damage. So that would not take any money out of our budget as far as that goes. Then we have fiber optic companies that are doing damage. It's getting very tiring to run out of water. It's not anything our folks are doing. It's other companies are doing this, but they're going to hopefully pay for repairs.
Go ahead.
Okay. Couple of things. You know, with this base rate change that we talked about, when you run the math, and I know it's $2.47 and 130 cents, the numbers just went down here, but when you add that all together in a one-year study, in a one-year accumulation, that's $817,000 just on the base rate change, okay? So that's an increase in revenue to put towards these, you know, these issues that we have. The change from Rock Hill was there was a 0% change on their water. There's no increase there. There's an 8% change on their sewer. You know, I'm not going to be supporting this motion because I feel like we would do a 0 on the water and 8% to cover the pass-through. With the base rate change, that's roughly $817,000 that we can put towards facility improvements while we wait to have the rate study plan done. Once we have the rate study plan done, we can re-identify. That way we know what we should be charging as opposed to spitballing this and just throwing a dart out there. So that's where I stand.
So I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Audette at least. I definitely agree that we need to do the pass-throughs. There is the baseline involved in this. I've seen a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about the water increases. This is nothing to do with property taxes. This is nothing to do with property taxes. Let me say that again. It only applies to individuals who are on county water and sewer. So individuals who have a well and septic, this does not apply to you. Again, folks on the well and septic, this does not apply to you. I do think that, so I would support the pass-through, and the baseline is already in there, which is an increase. From the information that we were provided, the unrestricted fund balance would cover the projects 26 and 27, and this idea that somehow we're kicking this can down the road too long is not true. Council funded this rate study last year, and we're talking about waiting a few more months to get the rate study back and to do the right thing with actual data. Perhaps they're going to look and say commercial should raise differently and residential should be something different. I do think that it's not good governance to take a stab in the dark on this, especially when we already funded the rate study and it needs to be done before we, it needs to be justified. Anytime we raise those things, I think it does need to be justified. So I would support a motion to have the pass-through, and the base is still in the budget, but I will not support the amendment as it's stated currently. I would want to revise it to include the other. I also think it's important that we've got to start using and executing on the funding that the council has already put in the budget. So we have a number of utility positions that have not been filled, and that needs to get done. And we funded those positions before now, and that's critical. We also are experiencing an issue with the utility manager. That position has not, basically for a better part of a year, has not been filled, which means that those fund positions increase the surplus, increase what's in the account in addition to these other things. So I do not think it's too much to ask to do the pass-through and wait for the rate study that honestly I think we should have had before now.
So real quick, and I thought I said this earlier and said at the workshop, the rate increase covers the budget. So if you're not going to raise these rates back up, we're taking on even more water, pardon the pun, next year with annual operating costs, which we don't want to use fund balance for. So staff would like the opportunity to reduce the utilities fund operating budget if you're not going to bring back the rates, because it's leading to even more of a decrease in the fund balance, which I would never recommend. So the way we created the rates was based on the projected expenses for utilities.
The motion on the table is to amend to go back to the 6% water and 10% sewer. All those in favor?
Well, is there any other discussion? I mean.
Well, are we going to go back through again?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I think there are
All right, if y'all want to go back
points
through, then
that-
we'll
I
let
think there are
everybody do
points
it
that haven't
again.
been made yet. I mean, look, most of us in our lives, we have conversations. We don't make a statement and then never get to go back and communicate another point of view after someone else brought something else up. Go back to the base charges just for a second. $2.47 and $1.47, base charge increase. And we've already voted on this, but the point is, that's $1 million right there. That's already in place though, right? So let me ask, I don't have this. I didn't do the math on it. I didn't ask you for it. I apologize. If you don't have it, that's okay. But what does the 6% equate to? And what does the 10% equate to? And while you're pulling that up, here's the point. The 6 and the 10% is to cover our needs now. If you don't get that now, then I'll ask a second question. So I'd like to know that number. But number two is, it's a shame we don't have a forecasted budget that we look at for the next 5 years, so we understand that we're not just talking about this year, we're talking about next year and the following year, so you begin to see the path forward to realize how difficult this is. But I'll just say, do you see a year in the next 5 years where we spend less money on water and sewer?
No, we do have a forecasted budget for operating expenses,
Yes.
just don't have it finalized for capital yet. But yeah, it definitely increases each year.
So we don't see a decrease. So if you don't, whatever the number you're about to share at 6% and 10%, if we don't get it this year, you lost it this year and you lost it next year and every year after, because we got to fund something else next year, unfortunately. The question is, how are you going to do it?
Let me be clear. The rate study is supposed to be here this year,
I'm not talking about the
right?
rate study. I'm talking about
Rate
the
study is
need
going to
in
be
our
done this
budget.
year, right?
We're gonna get started.
The goal is for it to be done in the fall, winter, yes.
Okay.
So, all right,
So let's get the answer to the question right quick. What is the 6% and the 10%?
That would equate to about $280,000 in water from the 6% and 1.7 in sewer. I think it's important to understand, and I haven't had a chance to explain this yet, but County Manager just alluded to that. The 6 and the 10% in the baseline were not just a shot in the dark. They were calculated based on operating expenses. So when we were going through the budget process, budgeting operating expenses, coming to this number, and we don't and can't fund operating expenses out of the fund balance. So this equates to what those additional operating expenses are. And I will say that this wasn't the first time. We had an initial budget and we went back through and looked at those operating expenses and we took out what we could. What's left in there right now are things that can't go. I wouldn't know where to cut any additional operating expenses out of this budget.
So, by the way, the motion that we approved in first reading was taking this 6 to 3%. Councilman Odette took 6 to 3 and 10 to 3. So I'm just curious. I'm curious, what was the logic behind reducing this down, and what does 3% pay for, and what's left to be paid?
We're not going to have questioning of council members back and forth. You can leave your question open out. But
Okay,
the
open-ended question then.
They can choose to pick it up if they want. I think
Okay.
the purpose of the debate is to
If-
state your position
So
and.
here, thank you, I appreciate you clarifying. So our staff is sharing with us that our needs are for a 6 and a 10 and a $2.47 a month and $1.47 on sewer, water and sewer. They're sharing with us that's what we need to drive the budget and not even get ahead, just meet our needs. And so the motion was made to go from 6 to 3 and 10 to 3, and I need to understand the logic behind that, if somebody can explain it.
Okay.
Other than cutting the budget, can somebody help me with that?
So,
Yeah. So we're gonna go down the line.
No,
Let's
I
just
mean,
go down
if
the
we're
line.
Just so,
do back
just so
and
that,
forth,
no, we're not doing that.
Let's
This is what we're gonna do. Council thought it important enough, and it looked like that there was some interest in wanting to have another round of folks talking. In order to manage the discussion, I think each council member will again get the time to ask the questions or to make the points. It won't be back and forth.
Yeah. So, real quick, we said that the increase will net us roughly, I think, $800,000. What does $800,000 pay for in a water sewer system infrastructure? How far can that get us?
Well, specifically, the $800,000 will cover the Rock Hill 8% increases, yeah, not a lot.
Okay. So next question is, will 3% water increase and a 3% sewer increase cover our needs to run our system so that we're not drawing funds from a fund balance?
No, we would have to cut operating expenses.
All right, now we talk about positions that are unfilled in our water department. If they're unfilled right now, we're not paying that out, so that's not really an expense that we're paying right now, but we anticipate filling those positions. We still have maintenance that we're gonna have to do. Now, if we're not, all right, my next question, okay, we're using fund balance to pay the difference. It just doesn't make sense if we're not taking in enough money to just cover the basics. We're not adding a lot of, I don't see a lot of fluff. We have failing systems throughout we have failing infrastructure throughout our system. And for the life of me, County Manager just explained, we have to know what kind of projects we're gonna have to do in order to plug into the water study, so that the study tells us you need to raise rates according to this to pay for these projects. I've heard several people mention the rate study. Well, you can't do a rate study until you know some of the projects that you're gonna have to do, so the rate study produces the amount that you have to increase annually to cover those projects. You can't work backwards. You can't do a rate study without knowing what the rates you have to charge to do the projects. That's working backwards. I just don't see how that is even possible, to think that we can have a rate study done when we don't even have a full slate of the projects that we need to do. Because if I understand correctly, the projects need to be plugged in so that the people doing the rate study can say, this is how you increase rates, or this is how you charge your customers to do these projects. Now, if I'm off base on that one, I apologize, but I clearly heard that the projects have to be plugged into the study so that the study nets you what you have to charge over the next 6, 7, 10 years to cover. But if we want to keep digging into the fund balance to meet the shortfall, we're only drawing down our reserves. We're only hurting ourselves to be able to go out and borrow, because when they see money dwindling over here and you're not covering your costs, that's in turn going to affect our credit rating.
And ability to borrow money.
Credit rating affects your ability to borrow money. And for the longest, we've had top-notch credit rating in this state for our county because our finances were well kept, but we're coming down. And to say people are struggling to buy groceries, yeah, we are. To say people are struggling to send their kids to college, buy clothes, yeah, we are. But by God, we had a chart up just a couple weeks ago that showed we're not hammering our citizens. We're not hammering our citizens. We talk about how much the budget increased, but then when you look, the county manager explains, we got pennies. We got 140-something, $150 million in pennies. And we have all these other things that's not, these are one-time deals that's coming through our budget. So it looks like, yeah, we're just out of control spending. But you take pennies out, you take the water sewer things out that other counties clearly showed we're doing things other counties are not doing. So our budget is going to be bigger. Some other counties don't provide water sewer to their customers. We do. Some other counties not doing pennies. We do. So when you take all that out and compare apples to apples, we're right in line, or in some cases below, what other counties are doing and charging for their millage, the capital that they're raising. And if you don't like the pennies, you don't like us upgrading our facilities and our infrastructure, try living in some of these other counties that's not even doing it. Because we're trying to take care of it. Now, we all supported the strategic plan, said we wanted this. We wanted to support the sheriff department in the raise. We wanted to support upgrading the facilities. We wanted to do the parks. We want to do all this stuff. Then come time to pay the piper, we don't want to pay it, but we want it. But we don't want to pay it. So we got to go back through, look at that strategic plan, start striking lines through what we're not going to fund, because it doesn't come for free. It doesn't come for free. And I've said it many years, even our property taxes here is way cheaper than some of these other counties. We do way more. But I think we expect that professional level of service from our employees, our department heads. We've lost 3 top financial people in the last year. 3. How do you run a county government losing top financial people? Yeah, it's the next man up, but it certainly ain't the same. They didn't leave because of pay. I guarantee you, there's some other things that caused them to leave. Some were recruited away from us, just as well as we recruit businesses to come here. People recruiting our employees to come work for them because they know we got top-notch employees, and we still got them on staff. They may not have the 20 years experience of doing the job, but they're in there fighting every day, and we can't expect people assuming new roles to do 3 and 4 jobs. If you come to me on my job and tell me to go do something on a machine somewhere, I work in the lab. This is my job. You can't cross-train but so much. The curve starts to bend backwards when you start getting employees to do too much. The customer service, the professionalism, the efficiency goes down. County manager can't be a CFO. County manager make meetings, do strategic plans, set budgets. Let him be the county manager, and his budget that he's put forward simply with water rates. We can't even agree on that. I don't know if it's political because people in campaigns, but we got to do what we got to do to take care of our needs. And we're not doing it at 3% and 3%.
Any other discussion? Everyone who has not spoken could take another stab at it. So the motion on the table is to put the water rate at 6% and the sewer rate at 10%. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
No.
Opposed.
Amendment fails.
Point of, I guess, a question. So since they said the budget was based on that increase, do we need now to make them go back and reduce the budget, or do we?
We'll need to identify operating cost decreases because we can't afford this, and I would hope y'all would allow us to do that before third reading.
And before third reading, I think it would also be helpful. There's a 21, I understand, what was represented to us is there's a $21 million unrestricted fund balance. There's $6 million left in projects for 2026, and there's 13 proposed on the horizon. I think with the base level that already has been increased, I guess I would like, before third reading, clarification if y'all are now saying that you cannot do these projects, and I do think that there will be a motion. I will make the motion to do the pass-through. I mean, I agree with that, and we've got the base level. So before we get out of, I want to make sure I continue with the process so this doesn't get out of hand. But if there's...
We can work on that. I think the thing I would share is when you start a project, remember, these are multi-year capital projects. When you start a project, you got to finish it. And so these projects last 2 or 3 years. And so when we commit to starting a project and there's one that's potentially coming up soon, you can't just stop mid-year when you run out of money. And I think that's where we're very concerned and would love to talk more with you all about that.
So,
wait a minute.
Okay,
Are
go
you, Mr. Litton, do you have any other proposed amendments?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Again, I'm going to allow each council member the floor. I'm hearing you.
yeah, I do have one motion. I do want to put forth a motion to modify the rate from 3% to 0 on water, and on the sewer to have it the pass-through rate of 8%. So 0 for water, pass-through rate of 8%. So it is covering that cost.
You're reducing it? Is that what you're doing? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, 0 on water, 8% on sewer. And 8% covers the pass-through rate from Rock Hill.
Do we have a
So
second?
8 and 0. So we went to 8 and 0.
So the motion, let me restate the motion. The motion is to put it as a pass-through on the water rate. So City of Rock Hill did not do an increase. The motion is 0% increase on water and 8% increase on sewer, which it will cover the pass-throughs. Do we have a second?
A second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Can somebody tell me if that is better or worse than the 3 and 3 for the budget?
I would have to do that calculation. I'm trying to figure that out myself right now. But I would need a minute to do that.
Nobody knows.
Well, I have a question. Does 8% and 0% cover what we need to do administratively, even with the pass-through and our costs?
No, that was the 6 and the 10%.
I mean, but,
So,
yeah,
no.
6 and 10 did it, but 8 and 0 is a yes or no?
No.
Any other discussion?
I'm at a loss for words, not gonna lie to you.
I guess the question I do
didn't say
have is
anything.
management now saying that you have no capability to finish what is projected for 2026 and 2027? Because that's different than what I heard at the workshop. And are you saying that we cannot wait on the rate study to be completed that we ordered last year to make sure that whatever we do, we get it correctly? Because that's just a few months away.
What I'm saying is, if we do not reduce operating costs, we will be
That's
utilizing.
not my question, Mr. Manager.
We'll be utilizing almost $2 million of fund balance for operating costs, and we did not plan for that. So what we need to do is go back to the drawing board and say, what capital projects might we not do? Because we're about ready to start some big capital projects.
Well, I wanna ask
that
you,
I
though,
would never recommend to start.
I would like
if
the-
we're
my
not gonna
question
get-
answered.
If we're gonna be using fund balance to fund operating costs. So we've got to get back to the
So-
drawing board and tell you what we wouldn't do.
My question is, what was represented to us is that there is a $21 million unrestricted fund balance, that 2026 has $6 million left of projects. We do have the baseline that has been increased, and there are also these unfilled positions that have not been, plus the better part of the utility manager, which has not been there. All of those things increase that fund balance. I guess my question to you all before third reading is, are you saying that we cannot wait 3 months to do what we suggested that we do, which is get the feedback from the rate study in order to ensure that these projects are kept up to speed? And so I certainly support the motion to ensure that the entire pass-through is put through and the base level is in there. My question before third reading is, are y'all now saying that if we don't do more than that, that these projects are in jeopardy and cannot be done? Or that what was presented previously is that we do not have fund balance to help us do that and get it right? So that's my question.
And we can work on that before third reading, and this is the kind of stuff that'd be helpful to know before we get in the room here. One of the things I shared with y'all in the budget follow-up email is the list of current capital projects and what's expected. So that $6 million you quoted, Madam Chair, is only those projects that are multi-year projects and exist in next year's CIP2. There's current capital projects that will be utilizing fund balance, and we're more than capable to map that all out for y'all so you can see where that money's going. But I wouldn't want to put Eric on the spot and ask him to answer that. But in general, you know, are we able to develop that in time for third reading, Eric? Is there anything you would like to share?
Yeah, I think we can develop that. It's probably important to share that the 21 million fund balance was the audited fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25. So any fiscal year 26 current expenses have not been calculated in that.
Then I
fund
think the
balance.
information that council was provided really wasn't helpful for us to make that decision. But I've asked the questions. I certainly support the pass-through. The base level has also been increased, and it appears that we have time before third reading to get clarity on, are there projects in jeopardy? When exactly will the rate study be done? And what is at stake there? But at least at a very minimum, we definitely need to include, and I support the motion to make sure that the pass-through is there.
I have another question, please. I think it.
Sure.
I don't know if we've done, can we make rate changes in the middle of a fiscal year?
And so one of the things
Okay.
we're trying to do is get out ahead of it so it's not as big of a rate change, because it will likely be a multi-year request of 3 straight years. And based on this conversation, we'll be asking y'all to approve 3 years of those in that. So I do think the number will be big. And this conversation will be hard, and we're trying to reduce that number so we can begin shaving off the peak.
And you know that it'll be here in 3 months?
No.
No?
No.
When did we start that process?
So, I know y'all want to blame the.
No, I'm not blaming
this.
you. I'm saying this is a matter of good governance. Please let us know when the rate study will be back.
Eric, want to give a range? It is fall to winter right now because we're still trying to finish these big studies. But Eric, you want to give a better estimate than I did?
No, that's what I shared last meeting, that it would be fall to winter. for those rate studies.
Maybe 7 months.
But the rate study is going to be forecasting what we need to do in the future, which we can't even pass for what our needs are now, much less what we need to do in the future. I mean, the expense is where we're
So
at
we're going to
today
raise
is
it
the same
now, and we're going to
expense
raise it in
3 or 4
5
months
months?
from now.
No, we're not gonna raise it mid.
Okay.
Why would you
I'm
not do it
sorry,
now?
I let the conversation go beyond. The motion currently is to allow the pass-through and to get some additional information before third reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
No.
What was the vote on that?
still 4-3. Do
Okay.
show hands.
All right.
Show hands.
Supporting the motion. Do not support the motion. Okay. Do we have, who wants to go next? Mr. Audette, are you done?
That's it for me. Yeah.
Anyone else want to make amendments?
Sure, might as well make a stab at this. All right, so being on the Economic Development Committee, we've had 2 groups come to us asking for support with workforce development. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the request from Winthrop University for county council to commit to a $250,000 expenditure out of the ED fund that would be paid in FY 2027 half and FY 2027 half and FY 2028. $125,000 times 2 years.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? The motion is to approve a request to Winthrop for,
Committing to allocate $250,000 total, $125,000 from F year 2027 and FY 2027, and $125,000 in FY 2028 for a total of $250,000 to help fund an advanced manufacturing degree in engineering.
and in the funds, you're proposing that come out of ED funds?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Since I was the motion maker, do you want me to share right quick?
Go ahead.
So just very quickly, they did a tremendous job when they came in to share with us the reasoning behind the request. Not that it matters. City of Rock Hill has already committed $250,000. So there's a ton of upfront cost to actually implement any type of degree program. The good news is they already have pretty much all the coursework in place to support getting this degree. So now they just have to go to the state and convince them. So one of the things the state needs to know is, do you have the money to actually bring this to fruition? Do you have the money to go recruit 60 students? Do you have the money to recruit 2 professors, to renovate the facilities that you need, all the expense that goes in to have this degree program? So ironically enough, the 2 top areas of academic interest in South Carolina high school students are health sciences and engineering, which is what we've identified in the Economic Development Strategic Plan as 2 industries that we'd like to go after, is advanced manufacturing and engineering. But we have a shortage of engineers, so Winthrop wants to actually get approval for an advanced manufacturing engineering program at Winthrop, which would do nothing but help us with our desire for more advanced manufacturing, the high-paying jobs that we're looking for, and high property taxes to help offset budgets like the one we're talking about tonight. So I ask for your support.
Mr. Roddy?
That's my alma mater. I support them, I love them, but I would need to see a lot more than just show up and give a 5-minute presentation and we give up $250,000. You know, Winthrop is a huge economic driver in our community, great institution. But in my mind, and what I know to be true is we're helping people that's out here helping other people, then they come to us to ask for money. Because I know Winthrop helps the city of Rock Hill with Miracle Park and things like that. And then they show up at our front door asking for our money. Maybe if they would have held on to some of that money they gave to other entities to support their projects. They'll have money to spend on their own projects. And for the life of me, there's some other asks in this budget or other asks that came before us last week that I'm not going to support, because I cannot sit here and stomach us giving away money, even though it's out of our economic development fund. It's still money that we are accountable for. I can't see us giving money to other entities. We're not hiring staff, we're not funding projects, but we're giving money outside of our household. We got to take care of home before we start looking to take care of other people. I'm just sorry. I was raised that way. Take care of home before you extend our money and our dollars outside of our walls. And tonight, this council has showed we're not willing to even take care of home.
No.
And if we're not going to take care of home, I dare you to vote for things outside of this house. Because when this house starts crumbling, we can't count on the city of Rock Hill. We can't count on Winthrop. We can't count on York Tech. We can't count on Chamber of Commerce to come here to do anything for us. And we're always giving. We're always giving. People come to us because we've been giving, but we ain't been taking care of home. Even when it looks at the rates that we have to charge, we don't want to do that. When we've been passed on percentages of increases, we don't want to meet that demand. So I'm a no, and there's going to be a lot more that's going to be put forth right here tonight that I'm going to say no to, because if we were taking care of home and home was taken care of, I can see us doing philanthropy in this community. But when we're not taking care of home, there's no way we can be the philanthropist for everybody else, and we go lacking. That's what you call give until it hurts. And now nobody should be in that position to give our money to where it's now hurting us because we're doing less of what we need to do. I would love to give Winthrop. I would love to give Chamber. I would love to give some of these other organizations. But when organizations are giving away their money and come to us to basically replace what they're giving up, I can't wrap my brain around that one, so I'm a no.
I'm going to go with what Councilman Roddy said. I supported the second just so that we could get the conversation and have the conversation. I'm always open for discussion since to hear all the points of view, but when I first heard about this months ago, it sounds like a great deal, but today with how we're dealing with budget, how we can't fund our own things, we need to pull back from what we're giving out to everybody else under the sun, and I can't. This one doesn't have a definite show of an economic benefit necessarily. I can't support it.
I think that the allocation or the opportunity to bring on additional education in the area to grow that opportunity and attract new business, I think it's a great opportunity for the people that live in this area. The only concern that I do have, well, there's a couple concerns, is what is good for us to give to one university or college, and then you have another college wanting to start another program, and then they come to us with additional ask and the whole thing. So again, I just cannot support it, just because I think that it really does open up Pandora's box on this one here, and will kind of open up a road for things that we probably didn't expect. So,
I don't really have a comment.
Any other discussion?
No support.
Well, it looks like, I think Winthrop, I've heard the presentation, I think Winthrop's idea is fantastic. I think it's in line with the type of industry that we're asking to recruit along the I-77 corridor. I think that they have recruited partners to help them go to the state to request additional funding. I think it is a great opportunity. I will say, though, it's not something that is currently in the budget. It's not before us now. I think maybe a more appropriate way to go about that is for council to have a meeting on these ED funds are there to be used, and so we probably need to vet all of the potential how we want to use those funds and make sure that we have the projects, anyone who's making a request on that project, that we make sure that we're vetting them collectively. So at this point, I just think this is not the right venue. It's not in the budget. But I do think it's a great, it's a great idea, and I think that it has, it's consistent with the type of industry that we're wanting to try and recruit and help our students in our area open up STEM. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
No. Amendment fails.
So before I make the second motion, it seems that we may need to establish criteria for the ED fund, just like we're talking about with non-for-profits, not-for-profits, asking us for one-time support or annual support. So I'm not going to make the second motion on behalf of the chamber for it to fail as well. I will say that there is $5.6 million in the ED fund, and the ED fund was established to support the initiatives that help generate economic development activity in York County. And I'm in the agreement with what Chairwoman Cox said. I think even though it's out of the box, what Winthrop has asked for is something that is fitting for the ED fund. And I think what the chamber has asked us for is also fitting as an expenditure for the ED fund. But there's no need to put that out there tonight, considering the tone of the budget. But you're not taking money out of the ED fund, I would hope, again this year, to cover expenses of York County, because that's not the intent of that money. But if you do, and it could happen, I guess, but it should be there to invest in what can help us promote economic development here in York County, which is driving our tax revenue or our revenue.
Well, I'd just like to say real quick that we can also offer up a letter of support, and if they're putting together a package to go to the state, I think we could still, I support the university, I support the programs, but just not with the funding. We could have staff or someone write a letter of support for the program that they're looking to jumpstart, and we're not closing the door for what can happen down the road, but I think that's still an option for us to support that way.
They would be appreciative of that letter. I had that conversation with them.
Mr. Huckabee, are any other amendments you would like to propose?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll wait till third reading.
Okay. Anyone else wish to make any amendments?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to make a motion to direct the county manager and county attorney to review all options for the county to assist Flint Hill Fire Tax District to offset costs related to HR and payroll functions, with the goal of allowing the tax district to be able to directly fund the 3 needed employees which were presented as county-funded positions at the first reading of the budget.
Second.
Motion and a second. As I understand the motion is to direct management and county attorney to explore the options to address the issues related to Flint Hill with respect to their 3 firefighter needs, as well as their request to have some consideration on how to better help with the payroll and the HR responsibilities. So that's the motion. And I guess, do y'all want to discuss any of it, or, because Mr. Rutt?
I do. I just had a question. I know I received a phone call over the weekend concerning our fire service and some of the things that's going on at the different firehouses. And I did have a question, since we're talking about funding the Flint Hill, 3 employees that's going to Flint Hill. My question is to David, where would those funds come from, or where are they coming from? Is all the fire tax districts going to be paying to send 3 employees to Flint Hill, or will Flint Hill be paying their tax district, be solely responsible for paying those 3 employees?
So the 3 additional employees would come from the rural fire tax, but Flint Hill is one of the departments that pays the rural fire tax as well. So to answer your question better, I think it would not come from the special tax district millage. It would come from the county-wide millage, to answer your question.
Because I received a call that specifically noted that since it's coming out of the rural, that means every fire tax district is contributing to those 3 employees that only Flint Hill is going to be able to utilize. Is that correct? Would that be a fair statement?
That would be. But I would also say that also pays for every employee in fire service. So squad members that work in other fire departments, it pays for those as well.
So what's our answer to someone at, what is Bethel, Oakdale, Newport to say, well, they're paying for 3 more out of this. I want 1, I want 2. Is that gonna be like a snowball effect that, well, they got 3, I want 2, I want 1. And so what do you see happening with that? Or did the county assess that, hey, they need 3, or was this just a request? How do we come up with those 3?
It's a good question. It's both. It would be a needs-based. Looking at their staffing model, their call volume, their department had presented about 4 to 6 years worth of data that would show that. But again, if they're capped on their special tax district millage, that would be kind of one of the caveats. That would be the only entry point into that, to have that needs assessment. You use Bethel as an example. Bethel is one that is not capped on their special tax district millage, so they have room to grow. But others are capped and do not have room to grow with that. Using the rural fire millage was a way to address those immediate needs. Yes, while all districts pay into that, the way that the funding is allocated is probably also disproportionate.
Mm-hmm. And one more last thing. A level of concern was brought to me about allowing special tax districts to put forth a referendum to increase their millage. Where are we on that, and do you think that's a good option? Or because what I'm seeing in the conversation I had was, if we're having to help fund some of these tax districts or fire stations because they've capped out on their millage, and I know if they're able to increase the cap space, they can raise those funds on their own to do some of the services, to sponsor some of the needs that they have. Where are we, and how can we get to the point of allowing these firehouses, fire districts, to do a referendum?
So it's a fair point, and some of it may be philosophical, but I can speak generally to it. So while, yes, the special tax districts are established by a referendum and have millage caps, a referendum is what it would take to increase those caps. Referendums can take up to 2 years for them to be fully implemented to see that. And again, referendums are largely dependent on voter turnout, timing, things like that. In doing this, what we were seeking to accomplish was a method that would keep us moving forward towards that, our strategic plan and 10-year vision of a unified tax district across the county that would be one single tax rate, where everybody's paying the same thing, but also has the same level of service, regardless of where you live. So to your point, referendums actually take us a step in the other direction, where we're having pockets of level of service and not countywide level of service. So that's kind of the thinking behind trying to accomplish this on a countywide basis and come up with a long-term solution versus referendums, which are more of a short-term solution.
So you don't think a referendum is the route to go, considering direction staff is wanting to take our fire service?
And real quick, I'll jump in and then David can answer. I would say that as we've worked with JPS, as we've worked with our chiefs and our department, our goal is to achieve the 10-year vision that y'all adopted. And if we're gonna do that, we've got to start making some of these steps. And this is the best next step to make sure we're moving in the direction to accomplish that strategic plan. So do we want somebody to go do a referendum if we're actually working towards that vision and they're ready to be a part of that vision now? That's the fundamental question. So as we've worked with Flint Hill, this is what they want too. I know you brought up, Councilmember, the desire for us to somehow figure out another option. Staff did all that work, and this was the best option. We can go back with the attorney and look at it again, but this really was the best option that we identified over a year and a half of work. And so we're beginning to implement a year and a half of work, and now we're having this conversation. When we've been in front of y'all, the JPS, in front of the full council with this vision, and we've delivered on how to best implement it. So this is kind of, this to us is an opportunity to explain and answer questions, so I appreciate it. But I do want y'all to know, this this plan is being implemented, and now there's a question of, is there a better way? We would have hoped that this would have come up earlier, but I'll let David answer that question.
Well, my last comment is, if we're looking to do a 10-year plan, ultimately having the one, what's called, was it York One, under this plan, I do see some benefit of a short-term fix with the referendum, because we're still working towards our plan. But the referendum is strictly a financial situation. And even at the end of, 7, 8 more years, when we have what we're gonna have, it will provide some relief 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 7, 8 to the firehouses, fire stations now, even though there's the bigger plan. But if they're needing resources in the next 2, 3 years, our 10-year plan still won't be in effect. So there could be still some benefit, I think, on the financial side. And then whatever the across the county millage or rate is gonna be, that's gonna kick in whenever that's ready to kick in. Now, if we had our plan ready to take over in 3 years, 4 years, I wouldn't still need to do a referendum, because it's gonna take a while to get it. And then once they get voted in and the rates change, or they can go up on the millage, then we got York One taking over. So that would be a real short live. But if we're talking 10 years, and we're probably, year and a half, 2 years at the most into a 10-year plan, there's still time to take advantage of some of that and capture some of those resources to address some of the needs financially that they're looking at. So,
If I could answer one thing, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry, Mr. Audette.
No.
Can I just answer one thing
Go
real
ahead.
quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would say, so yes, the 10-year plan, your train of thought is correct. And the reason why it's a 10-year plan is because what we heard was that we wanted to be incremental. However, if the desire was for a sweeping, drastic change at one time, I mean, that timeline could be shortened down to 2 to 3 years. But what we heard in meeting across the county and also working with council and JPS was that they did not want sweeping, drastic change and wanted it to be more incremental and over a period of time. So that's what we tried to present. But if the desire is to come back with one shotgun blast solution, that can be done. That was just never on the table from the beginning.
So I've got a couple things. So first of all, I'm glad you did bring this up, Debbie. I think that when I look at this and I look at the impact of, as we look or state that we're going to be bringing employees onto the York County government payroll, looking at this, I don't see the master plan in identifying the long-term impact and cost to this, because this is a huge venture and there is a lot, which I see, impact on the residents of York County. I liken this more towards, for example, if we were to merge all 4 school districts together, it wouldn't work, okay? Because each school district has its unique needs and wants and controls. In essence, our fire departments were those islands out there that they could manage themselves, do the referendums, get what they need. At the same time, it wouldn't be off the backs of the taxpayers. And I think this, to me, I would rather put a pause as this whole to York One and really pull back and identify what the plan is, because again, all I see are costs going up and up and up. And when, as we talked about here, guys, with the referendum, the ability for them not to go out for a referendum to handle their needs in that area, but yet put the cost on everybody in York County as a totality. Again, it doesn't make sense to me. I think this, to me, is more of a expansion of government, and I feel like we need to draw back on this. Again, I'm glad you brought this up. Thank you.
So I have just a quick question. We've got 3 squads, but they're based out of where?
Largely on the western side.
So we could pull one of those and put it over at Flint Hill? I mean, or just move them all over the place. Maybe they can go from unit to unit all over the county, I don't know, move them every week or something?
So originally, when I arrived, they were roving, and one of the decisions was to move them back into stations because of losing travel time, inefficiencies, and things like that. But those are county employees that are in fire departments.
So we do that already, that are paid by the rural tax, and they cover certain districts only?
Yes, sir.
So nothing different than what would be getting for Flint Hill?
Somewhat, maybe they cover a larger geographic area, but they only work certain hours. It's not shift work. They're daytime right now. So, yes, similar.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a statement. Why not? We spend a lot of time, we have spent a ton of time since 2024 talking about what we're doing here in York County, trying to have a vision for the future, trying to plan for our future. And all I'm hearing tonight is every reason why we shouldn't do it. If the majority of this council wants to figure out a way for York County to slow down or stop growth, then speak your mind one-on-one with us individually, and let's figure out how we can accomplish that, if that's what you want to do. Because we keep making decisions that are digging deeper holes for ourselves. And the thing is, if you're not going to be on council 2 years or 4 years from now, you're not going to have to deal with the problem. But whoever's on council is going to have to deal with the problem. So if we want to reverse growth, except for, you know, you're zoned for it, so you're approved for it by right. If that's what we want to do, let's have that open, honest, public conversation, because I'm putting it out there right now. This is painful. I'm not kidding you, this is painful. And it's got to be painful for our staff, those sitting in the room tonight and those listening. This is one painful deliberation. I came back from West Virginia for this tonight. I should have stayed. Y'all didn't need me here tonight. I wish I had stayed. I'm going to go home and I'm going to go to bed where I normally go to bed at 10 o'clock. That's where I'm heading in a few minutes. Apologize, but it's... So that's a serious question. If we're interested in really stopping growth, I know, but we got off on tangent, so I just felt like it was appropriate for me to say this.
I didn't think we got off on a tangent.
So if that's what we're looking to do, let's have a serious conversation about it and see if we can agree to achieve that.
Anyone else?
Well, the biggest thing about fire, and ever since it started, which I was involved heavily even before new management, everything got here, and we had done solved this issue, thought we got it out of the way, and then the next thing it flared back up. But in saying that, we said that, first of all, the firemen would be part of building the plan. And there ain't no plan. And I support the fire departments, everybody knows that. And it just seems odd to me between this thing between the rural and the tax districts. We do got to be slower about it, and they should be able to do their referendums to control themselves, because we're talking about more than just York one fire and it happening, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, whatever, for the simple fact, and I felt this way a lot of times, and we haven't never gotten full information on anything. We've heard vision, this, that, but we ain't never got full information. And the whole thing is, though, is all these departments around here go back for years. Land donated, citizens paid in taxes since they started the tax districts towards helping them. And we do owe all those citizens, where it's on the tax side. Over here on my side, on the western side, all the fundraisers, everything they did. Well, everybody keeps saying change, all this here. Well, things are gonna change whether you like it or not. But at the same time, though, there's a lot more at stake here. There's heritage, there's too many entities to even speak about. All the people that come before us, everything. So your question about the referendums, I think that they should, because I was clearly, and Watts, you know it, and Tom, you do too, that we clearly said the ones that want to could come along as they wanted to, and it wouldn't be pushed and shoved down any throats or nothing. Which that's all I got to say.
Which is what we've tried to do and what we're lining up for y'all. And that's where I think I'm confused, because we have departments that are willing to come on board and do this. We had all sorts of meetings. We've got the dates of those meetings. They occurred. I was there. We've talked to people. And these are actual departments that are interested in being a part of this. And you heard from some of those departments. And so we have talked about it. We have engaged. We didn't hire a consultant. We tried to do it ourselves. And there were multiple check-ins with JPS and with council where we didn't hear this. And I think that's our concern, is we put in a ton of time on this, and now we're hearing this. And so, I understand it's a question mark from y'all, and I'll be quiet now, but that's the discouraging part.
You're hearing what about the referendum?
So,
About not wanting to move forward with some of the ideas in the 10-year plan.
so, I 100% support the fire service. And our system, whether we like it or not, is largely decided by the voters. The voters are the ones in 6 special tax districts who got out and voted and asked for additional services beyond what the Rural Fire Board has. And then we have the western side that doesn't have a special tax district. My understanding of what was being proposed to last week or the week before was that what council was being asked was to fund 3 additional firefighters and some other folks that would permanently be stationed at Flint Hill, but that it would be similar to the firefighters that we've already hired. I then found out last week that no, what management is asking us to do through this budget is to agree to take on all 39 employees at Flint Hill, at least from an HR and administrative position standpoint. Never has council ever discussed that. Now, council has agreed to a concept plan that says we want to have more unification. We want to have standardized practices. We want to have systematic services. But doing something like this through the budget, and I disagree, I have not been given detailed plans. We have a concept, we have an idea, we have a goal, but I don't think that it has been properly messaged to council about, number one, have we done the financial analysis to determine if we can do this? Have we debated the legal pieces of that and how we're going to take on new employees? How are we going to make sure that everyone is treated fairly? What is the criteria now for a fire department to seek additional benefits from the Rural Fire Board? The Rural Fire Board money comes from the collective. I really do think that there are a number of things that are low-hanging fruit. We absolutely have got to come up with, it needs to be written. We need a written plan with the criteria that can be shown on paper as to what the special tax district or what the fire department would need to meet. Otherwise, you're going to have every fire department come and saying, I would like to have staff paid for by this. And how are you going to choose who you can do that for? And the voters don't have the ability to do that all at once. So simply saying whoever comes to us first will be served, I don't think is a good plan. I do think that we also need to develop a new equipment replacement plan. These are things that I think are part of the unification piece, because apparently that equipment replacement plan is not serving folks well, and we need to update it, and we need to do that. That is something that we need to have real conversations about. I think we have got to do an analysis. I have not seen an analysis that shows me that if we take this first step and we just do this, that we're going to be able to financially sustain it and defend it to the community. And really, more important than anything, we have got to put this in a fashion. The voters have approved this, and I do support and do think that it's wise. I don't see how in the world we're going to be able to do this all at once. I do think that we should support our fire departments, and we should ask the voters if they support the special referendums in their district to address some of the folks who have capped their millage. And I don't know why it has to take 2 years to do that. Why can't we why can't we do that quicker? And, but at the end of the day, I do think that we have got a concept and a goal, but we don't have the detailed plans, and the devil's in the details, and it's critically important that we include the fire service team in the discussion. And that being said, I am concerned, and I support, number one, I think I do want to make clear that the 1% money is currently in the budget even after second reading, right? So that will be a benefit to, is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, if you can just clarify that before third reading. I don't think anybody's saying let's not pull back and let's not come up with a plan. We just aren't there yet, and I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and there needs to be education to the public and to this council about how to make that work. Having said that, Flint Hill and their situation, I mean, I've heard that maybe folks have discouraged them from doing a special referendum. That's not good. We don't need to be making that decision. We need to let the voters make that decision as to whether or not they want to fund that. And so I think council should 100% support any fire department that believes that they can justify and needs to have a special referendum to increase the millage cap. I think we ought to do that. I also support Debbie's motion to at least to have our county manager and a county attorney look at options. It appears clear that Flint Hill has a need for 3 firefighters in order to man a certain truck, and perhaps there's a way to help them offset some of that situation as a one-time temporary issue. But I'm asking for y'all to come back with some additional alternatives that council can consider to address that immediate need. And I will say, I don't think, I personally think that we should try to find a way that their special millage covers the actual manpower. And if there is some kind of situation, I know they get the ladder truck, but if there's an equipment issue there, and we need to try and help that, I would support that too. But at least at this point, I think it's helpful to get some more information. So the motion on the table again is to ask management and county attorney to look at some additional options. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have any other motions?
Yeah, I got one. All right, on York Place, I would like to make a motion to direct management to determine if the funds in York County Forever to match the State Preservation Bank's funds up to $1 million. And I think that York Place presents us with an opportunity to preserve more land from high density, and that also there's an ag and economic development aspect about it. But if it doesn't work through York County Forever, I would like to see about the issue of the funds coming through from the ED committee.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? And just as I understand the motion is not to fund, it is to direct management to look into the York County Forever funding to determine if there's eligibility for York Place project.
And we've done that. I mean, we've already done that as part of our due diligence, and we're happy to talk about that if y'all want to tonight, or we can put it on paper for next meeting.
I would say that's not in the budget currently. It's a discussion, so if y'all could provide the information to all the council.
So is there a specific amount, or you're just saying up to $1 million?
Well, at least, like to see at least 800,000.
So the motion
Like
currently,
what I
the motion currently,
proposed for the ag arena.
the motion currently is up to $1 million match, and to direct management to take a look at the York County Forever.
Where did the funds come from that we assisted the York School District with their ag facility?
The capital fund, 1420, and that would be my recommendation for this. The ED fund, the ED committee's already designated how to use those funds, and I don't see this at this point going along with it. And I think one of my concerns, and I.
The motion is to look at York County Forever funding, the balance, fund balance.
But then
If that doesn't work,
Councilmember Atkins said
look
if that
at-
doesn't work, the ED fund.
What,
I think I do want to, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, I think it's a better motion to have staff look into what's the best pot of money that if we're gonna do it, it should come from here. Because to say, look into this pot, if that don't work, go look over here. If you just say, staff, where can we pull some funding from to assist the project with York Place? That would make it cleaner. Not to say that council would approve supporting it at $1 million, but at least we'll know which pot it's coming out of. But we have no idea of knowing what the state's gonna do. That puts us on the hook for $200,000, $400,000, or $800,000. So I think it's probably best to say, if we're gonna designate an amount that you want to see go towards them, let's make it a definite, because just saying matching, if the state gives them $1 million, that means we're on the hook for $1 million.
Let's match it to the 8.
I'm saying, okay, so you're gonna add.
The
your
motion,
question's
are you
800,000.
amending your motion to?
Well,
So the motion really, this, I want to be clear, this is not a motion for funding. This is a motion to direct management to find the funding through York County
You
Forever.
can leave it like that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd say, quite frankly, it seems that the money should actually come from accommodations and hospitality tax, because this is tourism-related, attached to agriculture. So it seems to me it would come from there. Second point is, I heard a lot of discussion tonight about not paying out monies. We need to take care of ourselves first, and I'm in support of this project. I was in support of the Chamber of Commerce and Winthrop as well. But I don't understand the logic now that we're going to approve this project and we didn't approve other projects, and you all spoke publicly as to why. So what's the difference here? If somebody can help me understand this,
Well,
because I'd like to be on board.
Just,
Yeah,
I think the motion is to direct county management and staff to go look at York County Forever in particular is what I
But why are we
heard.
even taking the next step? Help me understand why we're taking the next step on this one, but tonight we've talked about taking care of us first before we take care of anything else. Help me understand this.
I think
know it's a
I
tough
think those are
question.
fair points, but I think in order to make sure that we're consistent with the process, I don't think, if you want to
Process
make
was
your
no
comment.
tonight. The
Okay.
process was no tonight, and you're speaking as chair on behalf of all of us, and that's okay. But my question on the table is, how is this any different than what you all shared earlier? That's, I want to understand it. I want to have a conversation and understand it. I'm
Well-
not trying to be adversarial, I just need to understand it.
Well, for me, it's preservation and not letting the high-density houses getting built in the historical site there.
Right. I
That's my
support it. I'm
main
just
thing.
saying, why is
And
this-
it is economic development because of the renovation of the buildings and the businesses and the places it's going to provide, instead of those buildings being tore down for more houses. And it adds to the aesthetics for the county and the city of historical York.
I agree with everything you said, and I agree 100%. But how is this? Somebody help me understand how this is.
So I think you've made that
in.
question known. What I want to make sure, and I'm not trying to interject, I'm just saying, let's make sure each council member responds if they
somebody-
want to answer it.
Can somebody help me?
I can
Silence
share with
request.
you, I mean, I think what needs to happen is every council member needs to speak up.
Okay.
So who all you made the motion? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the
Yeah,
matter?
so I'll chime in. So I think we're not approving the funding tonight. We're just trying to identify where's the best place for it to come from.
That
And
wasn't the
that's
motion.
all, that's, and if that's what I'm getting from it, we haven't approved this funding, but there was an ask of where it could possibly come from. So that's my
I'm
takeaway from it.
directing.
If I heard correctly, it was a match up to, first it was $1 million, now it's a match up to 800,000 out of ED fund. So is that not locking us in? If the state awards them 500,000, we're matching 500,000 out of the ED fund? That's what the motion stated, to match up to $1 million, then it went to match up to 800,000 out of ED fund. So if the state awards them any amount, that motion locks us into that amount versus telling staff, go look to see what's the best pot of money that if we're gonna match, it will come out of here. But I think we need to know what the state's gonna give before we agree to do any kind of matching. Because if the state gives them $1 million, we're saying we're giving them $1 million.
Well,
Not with the motion. I mean, I think in order just to get this along, I think there are fair points that have been made about, you know, dealing with things that are in front of the budget currently and addressing that. I support the motion because to me, it's different than what was presented before. What was presented before was, I make a motion to fund this out of an ED fund. That is not the request.
Can
The
we
request.
get a read back on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like clarification, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
I can change it by
No,
one
Karen
word.
can read it. What did you get? So now legal, does that lock us into, is that saying we're matching?
Well,
Or what?
Well,
legal,
I
what
think
is
the
that
word
interpretation?
research, I think research
I'm
comes.
asking
Y'all,
Research.
let me
is
say
research.
this,
I'm asking legal. What does that motion
I
do?
forgot to say, if there is an issue with the funding, then the fund needs to come from the ED.
I would think.
I
that-
left issue out there.
It still sounds like we're locked in.
It's
My
still,
question to
We can
staff-
just do this work without a motion, y'all, and bring it back for third reading. I mean, I think.
Yeah, let's do that.
I mean, instead of the motion, just, because Tom Couch has already talked to York County Forever, but we can document that with legal and bring it back for third reading without a motion and give y'all our feedback on where to pay for it.
Mr. Wright, it doesn't lock us into anything right now, it's direction.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
all right, so the motion on the table is simply direction to take a look at what York County Forever funding is. I support it because I think that there's a fund balance there of a significant amount. York County Forever can only use those funds for preservation efforts, and part of this is for conservation. And I do think that there have been a lot of folks, I think the state is very supportive, Harvey Peeler is very supportive of this project, and I think has even dedicated up to $2 million. And so I do expect that, and I think the Preservation Bank has as well. I think that the point is taken that the question is there funding in York County Forever? Because it can't be used for anything else. It can be used for preservation. Is this one of those? Is there funding available even to do that? And to me, it's not a direction. It's not something that's currently in the budget, but dealing with those funds, there's a little bit different, trying to figure out how to do that.
I need clarification, please.
Okay?
The ask, I believe, was for repairs to the building.
Yep.
Does that count as funding? And is that what you're asking for, is the repairs to the building that was asked for?
I think
Or is that going to come back to us and you're going to let us know? Because I don't even
At this point,
know what we're giving money
at this
for.
point, we're not giving any money. It's direction to seek information about York County Forever funding.
Okay.
Honestly, and I would say that the ED part, to be consistent, if there's not, we probably need to, not probably, we do need to take a look at, here are some projects, what are we going to use the ED funding for, and let's vet them together. But I do think York County Forever funding is different. So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 6 to 1?
Opposed as well.
Okay, 5 to 2. Any other amendments to the budget? I've got a couple. I have a whole list here. Typically, when I go through a budget, and I don't normally do this, but I have a line item, and all of the things that I would suggest that we cut are really smaller amounts. They don't cut any projects, they don't cut any funding. It's more of going through the budget and determining, here is something that's $6,000 versus $3,000, and actual expenses have only been $3,000. Why are we budgeting $6,000? So I have a lot of those, but I think I'm going to spare us that tonight. I am going to make the motion, though, to remove, let me find it. To remove line item 1100-41912-320 in the amount of $425,000. Remove that from the general fund budget. That's a one-time expense that I think should come from fund balance.
Can you just clarify for everybody what those two things are
What two things are?
that equal the 425? that you
So
pay
the
out of
three,
fund balance?
it's what we discussed previously. The 300,000 is the comp plan, and there is 125,000 for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I believe that those are better removed from the general fund as a recurring expense. I think if those should be fund balance expenses.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, we're back now to the main motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
This is the main motion on the
Yep.
budget in order to approve second reading.
Oh, okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-3. Let's take 5 minutes, just a quick break, and we'll resume. Does that work?
I don't know, I may keep on going. I may
We are back. New business, item number 1, council to approve the purchase of 1 new unused 40-foot custom mobile command vehicle and associated equipment from LDV Custom Specialty Vehicles of Burlington, Wisconsin, for use by emergency management from LDV Inc. of Burlington, Wisconsin, for a total cost not to exceed $1.4 million via cooperative purchasing as provisioned by York County's Procurement Code, Section 35008C. Anything for management?
Yes, this was a piece of equipment that was budgeted for previously, and sometimes when we budget for things, especially if they're unique and special pieces of equipment, you find out they cost more than you budgeted. So this agenda item was to ask for, to make it clear that we're ready to move forward with this, and it's coming back $400,000 more than we have currently budgeted. That $400,000 was in next year's fiscal year budget, but in light of some of these conversations, I'll let David share more.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. So that's correct. The specialty use of this vehicle, we have some information that we have Chuck Haynes, our Emergency Management Director here, that we can present if council wishes. But in light of some of the budget changes and the uncertainty at third reading, having to go back with staff to rework some of these things, at this time, we're happy to still give you some of this information and present on it, but it may be wise that we would recommend a deferral of this until after the third reading of the budget, and that funding is complete at that time. That could have an impact on a increase in the chassis price, but that way we can line that up with making sure that the budget, with some of those changes that staff will have to implement, is appropriate and the money is still available with that. So I believe it would be prudent to recommend deferring that until after third reading of the budget at this time.
Well, not so fast. I mean, I guess the question,
That's just
I
management.
guess the question, I don't know whether now if we want to ask questions, I would suggest that council, somebody make a motion so that we can discuss it.
Motion to defer.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to defer, and it opens it up for discussion. I have questions. So I guess I'm curious. It was in the budget last time. Can you just give me, are you saying that the $1 billion was the funding that we had dedicated for this?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And the $400,000, which is the increase, that was going to come from this year's budget? I mean, fiscal year 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that normal? Do we normally have things like that in, I think that the one reason why this raised a concern was not the project itself. I clearly think, and I've heard from other council members, that they clearly think that this is an important thing to do. I think the bigger question was that it was in consent and it was obligating future funds that we haven't discussed. So I get your point about the deferral, but I guess, is there an urgency? I mean, is there an urgency to do this? And is this currently, it's in the budget, and we have not removed it, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
David, on here it says this is a refurbished, it's a 2018 model?
It was refurbished in 2018.
What year is it?
2002. I can ask Chuck to come give some information about that if he would.
We're paying $1 million and some dollars for 2000.
The current one is from 2002, Councilmember Atkins.
Oh, okay.
Hey, good evening. So, yeah, it's a 2002 that we're replacing. We got it from ATF in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Did about $100,000 of refurb work, 2018, starting to have structural issues. And the repair work to the structural side of it, even though it's got a nice coat of paint, it's not going to repair the bones, and so that's why we're looking to replace it.
But what year is this one?
The one we're attempting, the proposed truck, brand new.
Brand new?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that sounds a lot better.
And the proposed budget, the funding behind it is somewhat of a shared venture between some Duke funding that we have, and then the department funding. So, FY '25 was split, 600,000 was department funding, 400,000 was the Duke funding. And then we're going to carry forward that and then request the $350,000 in department funding, or I'm sorry, is it capital?
1420.
Capital, I'm sorry. And then 50,000, the rest of the 50,000 would be Duke money.
And similar to fire trucks, anything that's specially built since COVID like this, that there's not a lot made, you get the extreme vendor backlogs.
Bless you. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
How often is this thing used? Just curious.
Full disclosure, right now, we're not trying to use our current one because of the structural issues. It has gone out for, the latest place, or the last place was the TKK music event. It was there, serving as the command post was the last time it was used. But once we get a new model in, it'll have more capability, more reliable. We won't have to worry about breakdowns and roof collapse out on the scene. So we're using ours currently, but sort of reluctantly.
Any other discussion? Motion on the table is to defer. Is the deferral to the next council meeting, or is it until after the budget's completed?
I think our guidance was until we get more clarity about the budget, we would be fine with deferral. We're happy for y'all to consider something else, but we are utilizing 1420 for this, and I know there might be other uses for the 1420 funding as well.
On the heels of this decision, I think it'd be important to understand the question that was asked in the past, what has been the use of it when you were using it? And what would be the use of this one? Could you forecast out how often it's going to be used?
Sure.
And what it's being used for? Considering the amount of money we're going to invest in it, that's a significant amount of money for a piece of equipment not to be used frequently.
It is, and one thing to keep
what's the
it.
cost for not having it? If there's a cost for not having
Sure.
it, you got to utilize other municipalities' units instead of us having our own, I guess. I don't know. But make sure that when you come back, include some of that, if you
Sure.
don't mind, because, I mean, you got to look at the need, but it's almost as if we're picking winners and losers here within the district, and I'm not even going to give example, I mean, within the county, I'm not even going to give examples. I think they're pretty obvious, but, okay.
So you made the motion, Mr. Huckabee, to defer. Is it to the meeting following approval of the budget, or?
Yeah, it'd be that second meeting in June.
Okay.
You wouldn't want to do it till after the, like, the next line item below, third reading?
We could do that too.
I'm just
That's up to y'all. I think part of this is one of those things you want when we have situations that come up due to weather and other natural events. So you might not use this as much as y'all think, but when we need it, we really need it. So the total number of events is a tricky kind of question, just since y'all asked me to follow up. I did want to make that point. But in terms of when to defer it, yes, if it's after the actual approval of the budget, you could do that too.
Okay. I'm going to take it as the motion will be after the budget is approved, whatever fashion management agrees to move it forward.
That's good.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion approves. Council to approve a $200,000 funding increase to existing purchase order to Palmetto Funeral Operations LLC of Fort Mill, South Carolina for decedent transport services for a total cost not to exceed $500,000 for fiscal year '26.
Yes, so both of the next two items are related to the coroner's office, and they're here today to answer any of y'all's questions, but these are line items that, because of a number of things, they've gone over, and they need to increase their ability to, on the PO, so that's why this is in front of you. We're here to answer questions with their support if you have any.
Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I'll comment real quickly. When I joined council, I did what Councilman Litton's doing this year. I went through the book and looked at departments that had asked for money repeatedly and didn't get it, and The coroner's office was one of those that had asked for money and they didn't get the allocation, so another one that's playing a little bit of catch-up too, probably.
Yeah, so this first one is related to a new company taking over transport. And so the coroner did up the projection in this current budget, but it did come back higher, and I think staff's here to answer kind of the why behind that if y'all are interested. That's what the first one is.
All right. We have motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 3, council to approve $87,500 in funding increase to an existing purchase order to University Medical Associates of South Carolina for forensic services for a total amount not to exceed $150,000 for fiscal year '26.
Yeah, so in the same vein, this is another expense that's increasing, and as you all know, many of our services for forensics take place outside of York County. One of the things that I think is important is this really speaks to our opportunity in the future, and David and I both had conversations with the coroner about, you know, what is our opportunity to try to develop these skill sets and the work in York County instead of having to go outside of our borders for this. As you can see, those costs are escalating year over year quite substantially. You know, one of the things that was discussed for the coroner's building at one point that's currently being built was adding room for this. However, that was value engineered out of the current building to cut costs. But I say all that to say sometimes it's worth paying up front so that you could actually host this in-house and not have these additional costs that we will probably be bearing in future years. But David and I have begun those conversations with the coroner. I think she's on board with exploring other opportunities and other ways to do this. And I think at some point, York County, maybe the other counties near us, need to consider going in on this to save the taxpayers' money.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Council to consider the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for fiscal year '27 funding in the total amount of $449,695. Do you have the
No.
page set up that shows the allocations? Nope.
But we had that at the workshop. Maybe Karen can zoom to it. We have shown it, and our controller is here. Bev Zamorski is here to answer y'all's questions about it as she ran this process. It's also a file attached, I do believe, Karen.
See my copy?
Said that I could put it on the screen, but if we can't get it there.
In y'all's agenda, there's the whole document, so do y'all not have that pulled up? I can give my computer to Karen and show her where it is, it's a file in the agenda system. It's literally.
Karen, why don't you make a quick copy? Just make a copy and we'll take just a second. We don't have to rush. Can you screenshot it and just make a copy?
Yeah. Sit up here, it is. I feel like a little kid, my feet hanging.
Good job.
Thank y'all. Does council have any questions about the proposal?
I can't
Can you-
remember. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask, Josh, can you remind us, the ATAX committee met, they approved this unanimously. Anything you want to add on it?
Yes, I love our Controller, Beth Zamorski, who led that process, to come to the podium and answer your questions.
Yes, the ATAX committee met and approved unanimously what you see in front of you, and we were able to give all the funding that was requested.
All right.
Why was last year's funding so much more than this year's?
So as I shared at the previous meeting, I thought it was at the workshop, there were a couple hotels that were in unincorporated.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But Fort Mill, the town of Fort Mill had actually been receiving those, and they had a new CFO and a new manager, and I think they figured that out, and they provided some of the funding back to us, which was why it was a high year.
This year, for fiscal year 27, is more in line with typical.
All right, do we have a motion?
So,
Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask a question. So, Rock Hill didn't request money on this, but we're giving them 150? Oh, it was last year. Okay. I
Oh,
couldn't
no,
see-
no, Rock
I
Hill
couldn't see
Miracle
the top
Park.
of this thing.
No,
Yeah, but pull it down, pull it down. Okay, there it is. Gotcha.
Miracle, yes, that's
Okay.
26.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Committee and other reports. Planning and Zoning Committee, Chairwoman Debbie Cloninger.
Okay. Planning and Zoning Committee met on May the 6th. We had 3 items that we discussed. First was the split zoning revision. And during this, it was to propose a text amendment, which are to reduce the number of related rezoning applications and to add some flexibility to combine parcels, and then also guard against abuse and limit introducing new problems. So that was voted 3-0 to forward the draft ordinance on to the Planning Commission for recommendation. Then we had a non-conforming manufacturing homes. Basically, Mr. Brano summarized a discussion that we had had previously and presented a draft text that would allow an existing single-wide manufacturing home to be replaced with a double-wide. And that was unanimously voted 3-0 to forward the draft ordinance on to the Planning Commission for recommendation. The next item took a bit longer. That was the data center standards. We had a presentation on the changes to the data center standards and ordinances applied by council with the approval of second reading. The changes, to remind you of those, and then we'll go into the new items. It prohibits data centers in light industrial, requiring utility consumption estimates and willingness and capability letters at the time of a special exception application, prohibiting the use of groundwater, and to provide a decommissioning plan. Okay, also, members brought up additional elements, and then we voted on these. So 3-0 to add a requirement for a 50-foot deep right-of-way buffer, 2-1 to revert the maximum building height back to 60 feet, 3-0 to prohibit data centers from generating their own power. So the committee also requested more information regarding some additional items, which were ground heat pollution, retroactive application of new state laws, utility rate setting based on capital infrastructure cost, and the ability for the county to prohibit groundwater use that the state might otherwise permit, and then whether power contracts could obligate an end user to fire generators to feed power into the grid. So those are things we will be looking at next week, at our meeting next week, plus a few other items.
Thank you, ma'am. Finance and Operations Committee, Chairman Tom Audette.
Okay, so tonight we met at 5:30. Councilman Roddy and Councilman Atkins were present at the meeting. We approved several different items. Through the Committee of Applications to Consider, we approved a Stormwater Appeals Board position for Juan Bendera. It's an at-large seat. The next one is that we approved a position for Keep York County Beautiful, District 1 for Candace Pickley. The next one is the Board of Assessments. For District 1, we approved Jay Fuss for a second term. Then a committee to application to assign under the Employee Grievance Committee. We got a recommendation and approval for Tabitha Dillard, and also for Public Works Administration, we got a recommendation for approval for Stephanie Johnson for a second term. Under discretionary funds, there were several that were approved for District 1 and other districts, starting off with, for District 1, Collaborative Counseling Group for $2,000, Defending the Fatherless for $2,000, Flint Hill Fire Department, Station 2 for $2,000, Fostering the Family for $2,000, Habitat for Humanity for $1,500, Isaiah 117 House for $2,000, Pathways for $2,500, $2,000 for Project Lifesaver, also $2,000 for Palmetto Women's Center, and then lastly, Riverview Fire Department for $2,000. From within District 2, there was an approval for the Clover Women's Club for $1,000. In District 3, there was an approval to York County Fall Livestock Show for the amount of $4,000. In District 4, there was an approval for Flint Hill Community Adult Daycare Center for $3,000. District 4 for St. Mary's Outreach for $2,500. District 4, there was a allocation of funds for Worthy Boys and Girls Club Camp, for $2,500. District 6, there was an allocation for $1,250 to the Lifehouse Women's Shelter. District 7, Fort Mill Care Center, the allocation of approval for $3,000. District 7, Fort Mill Historic Museum for the amount of $5,000. And then District 7, there was an allocation to the Humane Society of York County for $3,000. And that was it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
We do not have any citizen concerns tonight. Council member, new non-agenda comments before we go into executive session.
Yeah, I got some. I just announcement. We're gonna have the 40th annual Memorial Day ceremony. It'll be Sunday, May 24th, 2026 at 3:45 p.m. in the Veterans Memorial Park to honor our York County veterans who gave their lives for our country. And that's at 23 East Liberty Street, York, South Carolina.
Anyone else?
I had a request from a resident to reevaluate living in RVs. I mentioned it to several of y'all several months ago, but just never got around to bringing it up. We've been dealing with a lot of other stuff. I'd like to send that to committee, planning and zoning, for evaluation. If anybody, do we take the vote on it now? Is that how it works?
Josh, previously, how have you wanted us to handle this? I mean, I guess is there an objection from council to studying this? I mean, I'm trying to remember.
We are working on this as a potential opportunity for improvement, but there hasn't been a new process approved by council. So, one of the things I had shared was it'd be great if the chair and staff know in advance so we can give feedback on the charge. I think the key here is it a clear charge? Does staff understand? Does county council understand what's getting assigned? And if y'all can do that as part of this meeting, by all means. We are working on a template at the right point. Maybe at a retreat we talk about it, make sure y'all are all on board with that, but it's not finalized this time.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have staff pull the information on the current status of what is allowed and what is not allowed as it pertains to RVs and using them as, I guess, residents, I don't know, and at least pull that information together and provide a report to council. Email is fine to share the details of that. Does that work?
That's fine.
Okay.
I do have something real quick. I do want to do a dedication and again to honor all military personnel that have died in the line of duty and to remember them. So, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we actually have three. We've got receipt of legal advice, litigation update, contractual matter, project Palmetto Rock, and then lastly, personnel matter, contractual matter, county manager annual, clerk of county annual review, and county attorney.
We have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will go into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.